I would like to welcome you to this 14th Annual Women Leadership Conference. We want to start, therefore, I would like to just have your attention for a few minutes. We are still waiting for our chief guest, who is not so far away, but also our moderator, our MC of the day, that is Dr. Joyce Nalunga. I wouldn't be standing here if she was in the room, but because we don't want to lose much time, we just wanted to get your attention, to have your attention, so that we can probably start with a video, so that we get started. Production team, are you good? Are you ready? Can we start with the video, please?
Well, I would say that FFP found me at a very pivotal time of my career, in the sense that being a registrar of the court, I'm responsible for handling very high profile cases and sensitive cases.
FFP found me at a journey where I was ready for more responsibilities. I was taking this professional growth, career. I was trying to balance the work life, career, and leadership.
FFP found me at that stage where I can say I had a bit of frustration, and it all started with having been in the bank for a while and done so many good stuff. I still felt that I was not at the level I wanted to be career-wise.
When I joined FFP, I was looking for ways to grow from middle management to a top management position. And my challenge was how to position myself for such an opportunity.
I was at a low point in my life. In my career, I was frustrated with the fact that I wasn't growing within my career life, and I was putting in a lot. I had put in the education, the certifications, and the hard work, but still, the hard work wasn't paying out.
FFP found me at a point in life when I was looking to advance my leadership skills. I was really looking also to grow in my career as a finance professional.
I needed to attend this course for certain gaps that I had seen in management and on my personal growth.
I must say FFP got me at a point when I was stuck. As far as my career is concerned, I felt like I had hit a plateau. I needed to stretch myself. I needed to grow. I felt I needed to get out of my comfort zone, but I didn't know how. What stood out for me was, first of all, the realization that as women, especially in the session on boardroom management, that our voice matters. And really, we can only achieve when we project and put our ideas on the table. Otherwise, there's always assumption that the system will work.
FFP taught me to get up and sing my own story, award myself, nominate myself, and this has really paid off in terms of my visibility. If I'm to make a presentation, I take time to do the research, and I've even been awarded 3 times, in a row.
It completely shifted how I show up. I'm more intentional, more confident, and willing to take up big opportunities.
And so I can say that I can now effectively sit at boardrooms and not only just take the seat and not be a part of the menu, but also participate effectively at board or executive positions.
I used to look at board members. To be a board member, you used to, maybe you've worked for 30 years, maybe you have had like a history of working like from here to here. Your CV speaks it all. But now I learned about board governance, how the boardrooms prepare, how the boardrooms work. I can now prepare and show up as a leader.
You know, it's different to walk in a room with about six people you head, and then walking into a room with 100 heads. Yeah, so it has really helped build my self-esteem, presentation skills, and leadership, because I've been leading teams, especially with gentlemen, for the past 10 years. It just helped me level up.
I used to be the fly on the wall in a room where we have meetings or training, and I would not say anything. But the Joy now will raise her hand and will ask questions. And it's okay to ask questions that I think might be stupid, but they're not stupid. It's the confidence is showing up. Yeah.
So FFP sessions, especially managerial courage, did help me to be more focused. It enabled me to be able to make decisions, courageous decisions. Sometimes maybe they're not popular, but the beauty with it was that it was aligned to the core functions.
So it does not only prepare you for leadership at the workplace, but it also exposes you, it gives you clarity, it gives you the tools that you need to lead yourself and create your own or start your own business and actually create a table instead of waiting for a seat to be given to you at the table.
I learned that, especially as a woman, you need to learn to pay it forward. What you learn, what you benefit, could benefit somebody else. So how do you pass on those benefits to someone else? So as and when I feel I need to do something and I know someone else can help me get it done, I will reach out for that help, because you don't know it all. That program taught me that you don't know it all. Someone always knows something more than you, and it doesn't hurt to ask for that help.
FFP brings you to a level where you are able to understand what always is to hinder you in your growth as a woman.
I would say it's transformative, it's eye-opening, it's challenging. Yeah, challenging in a sense that it gets you out of your comfort zone. It pushes you to not be who you're afraid to be, and it gets you up there to break the glass ceiling. That's FFP.
See, anybody that knows me knows I know how to tell a very good story. So please, gather yourselves, sit down, find a wonderful corner, get a drink that tantalizes your throat. Please, lubricate your throat, call a friend, sit around the fire, just find something that makes you want to listen. Let me tell you a story. Now, growing up, my mother used to work in a market called Mwanjari. Mbozi ya Mwanjari kwetara wayo. Ntandichire nkahe, perere nkahe bashamu. Tujenda ne kanywano mukatare Mwanjari. Mukatare Mwanjari. Yehute, yehuto mukatare Mwanjari. Mukatare Mwanjari. Aha, so Mwanjari kakaba kakarya katare, karabaho kwa katano every Friday. Mazima twaturyama gorashwa mtuli kwimuka mukasheshe kukwata basi uzakampara mu sita konka tuli kuza Mwanjari oryama bwanga kushesha orinzire kuza Mwanjari nakundaga Mwanjari basi so kuwitaga ngaha muryango Mwanjari abantu bari binji abarija mu boda boda hari wabo bugali.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I need to feel the vibe. How are you? Ladies and gentlemen, join me in celebrating our graduates this morning just by a clap of appreciation. So you're most welcome to our 14th annual Women Leadership Conference, organized by the Federation of Uganda Employers and the Female Future Uganda. We have a very precise program, but allow me to invite you to say hello to your neighbors, introduce yourselves. It's a networking event. Me, I'm Dr. Joyce Nalunga Bidi Mumaso. I've been a lawyer for the last 25 years. I'm also the president of the Female Lawyers Network. But say hello to your neighbor. Tell them who you are. I'm so and so, I work here. I love this, but this is my interest, you know. Market yourself. You know, such conferences are for networking. You can even stand a little bit as we wait for our other key guests and say hello, graduates. Interact a little bit, you know. You've already interacted. Yeah, say hello to everyone. If you have a business card, flip it, share it. If it's a QR one, simply show it to the person. We are celebrating women leading in AI. So it's a beautiful morning. Our theme is women leading in AI. We're empowering each other, motivating each other. As you all know, technology is the in thing. And we're in an era where women are leveraging on their strength to elevate and go higher and higher. I always say that the future is female. Hello? The future is female. Let's clap for that. The future is bold. It's only for those women that are courageous that are going to scale up and be the best version of themselves. So check each other out. You all look so beautiful, graduates. You look amazing. Yeah, you look amazing. Congratulations. I know it has been a milestone. I remember when I was doing my FFP, it was very hectic. By then I was a CEO of Uganda Law Society. So I could juggle between work, conferences, trainings, my kids, home, the husband, but attend FFP. So congratulations, ladies. You've done it. Come on, say I've done it. Yeah, for those of you that haven't joined FFP, it's the in thing. For me, I was unfortunate, I paid for myself. But if your company can pay for you, please, just pick it up and take it on. It opens doors. FFP open doors. You know, you cannot be a lady from FFP and you look any ordinary. You're always top notch. You know, like you see me, the MC. Don't I look top notch? That's FFP for you. Hello? So I just want to recognize most of our very distinguished guests. Our ED is already around, Douglas Opio. Let's recognize and appreciate Douglas. Thank you. We also have Mr. Fred Bamwesije, the chairperson present. Let's clap and appreciate them. Our guest of honor is on the way, Mr. Agre David. I will recognize him when he's here. But allow me to note that our keynote, Michael Niyetegeka, the ED of Refractory Limited, is already in the house. Come on. Thank you so much, ED, for being around. I don't know. My son was telling me, my son is abroad, he told me, Mommy, make sure you become a friend of the ED of Refractory Limited. My son is a computer scientist, so I don't know why he told me that. And he's a friend of Dr. Rose Nakasi. So I think, ED, you know where that's coming from. Yeah. We also have our panelists. I just want to thank them for being here. You know, it takes time for you to come and share knowledge with everyone that's present. We have Miss Julianne Reju, the Acting Director, E-Governance Services, NITA Uganda, present. Come on, let's appreciate her. We also have Mr. Francis Ogwang, Country Director, East African Development Bank. Let's appreciate Mr. Francis. And then we have Judy Mugoya. She's the Country Director of Smart Applications, Uganda Limited. You are most welcome. Come on, let's appreciate all our panelists. We are warming up. We are eager. We know you're going to share so much knowledge that we need. And let me also appreciate the coordinator of FFP, Fatma. Yeah. Woo! Hello, Fatma. Yeah. Thank you so much for being around. So we are about to start just in a very few seconds, in the interest of time, because I want us to keep time. I'll request and take this opportunity to welcome you to our 14th Annual Women Leadership Conference. As you all know, our theme is leading with AI, empowering to navigate challenges and elevate performance. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that AI has become a gender empowerment tool. So as we dive into the conversation this morning, women are shaping the technology space. If you have a notebook, make sure you capture the key aspects that you need to take home today. How am I going to step into influential roles with AI? Last year I started studying legal tech for lawyers because I realized that, you cannot stay analog. Some of us that are above 45, we think you're going to stick into the analog space. I said, no, I'm not going to be left behind. Tell the person near you, I'm not going to be left behind. I have to adapt. And I have to be flexible. So how many of you want to be flexible and adapt? Come on, let's clap for ourselves. So, visionary women are embracing innovation. Let us embrace innovation. I'll take this opportunity to invite our ED, Mr. Douglas Opio, to give us the welcome remarks. Mr. Douglas, you are most welcome. Come on, let's appreciate Mr. Douglas Opio, the ED of FUE. Most welcome, Douglas.
Thank you so much, Joyce. As you all can see, I have now transformed into Douglas Opio, even if my beard is not as grey as his. I'm Manafa Shafi. I'm the head of membership, communication and marketing at the Federation of Uganda Employers. I'm standing in for our CEO, Douglas Opio, who is currently on his way back from Malaysia, where he has been representing employers of Uganda, employers of Africa, and globally at the Global Skills Forum organized by ILO and the International Organization of Employers. As you may all recall, last year, Douglas was appointed to the board of the ILO, so he has taken on quite a lot of additional responsibility these days, these weeks, this month, and probably the years that will follow. First, I would like to recognize the FUE Governing Council members present. Our chief guest in absentia, Mr. Agre David Chibenge, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Those who came early, you must have seen our chairperson, Mr. Fred Bamwesije, the Director General of the Civil Aviation Authority. He was here early, but he had to excuse himself for another assignment, but he's going to join us later. So we'd like to register his apologies for now. We're also expecting our Vice Chair, who has a responsibility at this forum later, at this conference later, who is also an FFP graduate of cohort 8. So those of you who are graduating today will have an opportunity of your own conducting part of the session later on. I would like to welcome our graduates of the day. You can see you're all looking vibrant, and congratulations. Please allow me to recognize the arrival of our chief guest. Now that our chief guest has settled in, I will continue with my remarks. Mr. PS, you're welcome, and it's an honor to have you here today as our chief guest at this FUE 14th Annual Women Leadership Conference. I would also like to welcome our facilitators. The moderator has already spoken a little about them, and during the panel, she'll introduce them even better. But just to appreciate Mr. Michael Nitegeka from Refactory, Julian Reju from Anita Uganda, Judy Mugaya from Smart Applications, and Francis Ogwang from the East African Development Bank. We really appreciate you for taking the time to join us for this very important conference. I would also like, in a special way, to appreciate and thank the companies that sponsor these ladies to do the Female Future program. We don't take it for granted. We really, really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I'd also like, in a more special way, to appreciate the ladies who actually sponsor themselves. We can imagine the sacrifice and the opportunities you forego to sponsor yourself for FFP, because we know FFP is not like a master's program, but it's much, much more than that. So we really appreciate that. We, of course, receive feedback from companies that send ladies to the program, and we appreciate that these companies give us feedback because they see the value of these ladies. They see the transformation that these ladies have gone through as they do FFP. And for those ladies who are in this room and you've not done FFP, I don't know what you're missing. You don't know what you're missing, but yeah, good enough. We still have the program running, and I know that, yes, we still have some slots for the next 2 cohorts. We are currently running 2 cohorts, but I can assure you, as we speak now, we have quite a number of ladies and companies who have already booked. And I'd like to appeal to you, if you plan to join the next cohort, you should register as soon as possible, otherwise you might miss out. I know that this year we had to request some 3 ladies to hold on until next year. So that's how competitive the program is. So those of you who are here and you want to do the program, please make sure you book early. I'm proud to say that the Female Future Program and this conference is part of our initiatives that help to promote SDG 5, which is all about promoting gender equality. So when we empower women, we make this world a better place. Lastly, I would like to appreciate our moderator and MC of the day, Dr. Joyce Nalunga. If you could just clap for her. I'd also like to appreciate Anna Makula and her team, our rapporteur. We appreciate you guys in production and for setting up this room and the stage and everything. And lastly, Fatima, Joy, Reste, and the entire FUE team for putting this together. You all know how this one has been. It has been a unique conference, but yes, here we are. So I'd like to appreciate all of you and wish you a fantastic conference.
Wow, thank you so much. Come on, let's appreciate him. He has represented our ED. For those of you that don't know FUE, it is a bridge between government, the employers, and the workers. If you don't know anything about it, that's what FUE basically does. It's a national employers organization. So if someone asks you, tell me about FUE, it represents, promotes, and protects the interests of employers in Uganda. And it's the voice of us, the employers. So it really handles our matters to do with labor, employment, social, economic policy. So thank you so much, the ED representative. And my take home from his welcome notes is what FFP does. It's not only competitive, but it's empowering, it reskills you, retools you. You know, it's a value addition, but it also enlarges your strategic networks. If there's anything I picked from FFP, is strategic networking, the art of being bold, courageous, knowing who you are. So with FFP, the sky cannot even limit you. Allow me as MC to recognize our guest of honor, Mr. Agre David Chibenge. He's in the house. Without taking so much time, allow me to invite our guest of honor. He's the PS of the Ministry of Gender, Mr. Agre David Chibenge. You're most welcome to officially open our ceremony. Come on, let's give him a standing ovation as our guest of honor. He has taken off time to come and officially open this session. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you. the chairperson of the Federation of Uganda Employers or his representative, members of the FUE board. I'm told the CEO is on his way, but I'm sure there must be somebody holding that office. And any other CEOs from the corporate world, representatives from government, ministries, departments, and agencies. And I want to introduce my colleague, the Commissioner in charge of Labor, Industrial Relations and Productivity, Mr. Alex Asimwe, if you could stand up. And colleagues from the ministry and any other entities here present, our partners, the speakers or facilitators today, private sector representatives, the FFP graduates, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to join you at this 14th annual Women Leadership Conference, which continues to shape the future of women leadership in Uganda and beyond. I sincerely thank FUE for inviting the ministry to engage in these vital discussions on empowering women leaders to embrace innovation and artificial intelligence. This helps in bridging the gender gap in leadership and building a pipeline of women who are shaping our country's economic and corporate landscape. This year's theme, Leading with AI, Empowering to Navigate Challenges and Elevate Performance, is timely and forward-looking. As technology rapidly transforms the world, women leaders' ability to understand effectively and apply AI will be key to driving organizational success, economic competitiveness, and social transformation. I thank the leadership of FUE and the Confederation of Norwegian Enterprise for their steadfast commitment to closing the gender gap in leadership through initiatives like the FFP program. On behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and on my own behalf, I congratulate FUE on successfully organizing 14 consecutive annual women leadership conferences since 2011. These conferences have fostered dialogue, mentorship, and networking, enabling women leaders to share experiences, exchange ideas, and inspire progress towards gender-balanced leadership. AI is one of the most defining innovations of our time. Across the world, AI is transforming industries from health and education to agriculture, manufacturing, and even governance. The theme selected for this conference, therefore, resonates deeply with government's digital transformation roadmap for the period 2023 to 2027, as well as the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development's mission of ensuring digital inclusion, skills development, and ethical innovation for all Ugandans. According to the 2021 Uganda Communication Commission survey on access and usage of ICT, internet penetration for adult women is at 41% compared to 53% for men. Uganda is accordingly implementing a number of policies and laws to promote digital gender equality. Some of these include, you must have heard about the Vision 2040. We have just rolled out the National Development Plan 4. We have the Equal Opportunities Commission and Act, the National Gender Policy, the Youth Policy, Anti-Pornography Act, Computer Misuse Act, Privacy and Data Protection Act, as well as the establishment of NITA-U. In Uganda, we have witnessed a wave of innovative initiatives led by government, also by women themselves, and partners leveraging information and communication technology to promote their business and drive socio-economic progress. One compelling example is the emergence of digital marketplace tailored to meet the needs of women entrepreneurs. We've heard of platforms such as Mukazipreneurs under the NSSF High Innovator Program, while a number of banking institutions have also come up with products for women entrepreneurs. I'm also mindful that under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we have come up with a program in collaboration with the World Bank called GROW, which supports women entrepreneurs to grow their business or their businesses. And emphasis under that program has also been placed on digital skills in promoting business and opening up new opportunities and markets. Funds for supporting women entrepreneurs have been made available through a number of commercial banks. And I want to invite the women entrepreneurs who are here to take full advantage of these opportunities that government has made available. Through online platforms, including mobile money, mobile banking, Instagram, WhatsApp, TikTok, women are not only expanding their market reach and market research, but also gaining invaluable digital literacy skills, which are crucial for thriving in today's increasingly interconnected world. Additionally, ICT-enabled initiatives focusing on education and skills development are empowering Ugandan women to build thriving businesses, including online services. We've seen them in the area of digital health services, digital deliveries, the Ubers of this world, the Safe Borders, the Bolts, and there are platforms like Women in Technology Uganda, WeToo, that provide training programs and mentorship opportunities to equip women with technical skills needed to leverage digital skills, or rather digital tools, effectively. By fostering a supportive ecosystem for women in STEM fields and entrepreneurship, these initiatives are paving the way for greater gender equality and economic empowerment in Uganda. The African Girls Can Code initiative between the Ministry of Education and Sports, the African Union, the UN Women, and Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is a good one for inspiring girls and young people in IT education. Despite the progress made, however, women's leadership still faces challenges in the AI-driven era, including persistent gender stereotypes, limited access to digital tools and AI knowledge, fear of automation and job loss, inadequate mentorship in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields, and the need for ethical and inclusive AI adoption. I believe this conference will offer practical solutions and foster collaboration to address all these issues. I further believe that this conference will offer a strong platform to collectively address these challenges and build confidence and enhance digital literacy among women leaders, promoting ethical AI leadership, fostering continuous learning and adaptability, and strengthening collaboration among government, employers, the academia, and technology experts to ensure that women are fully included in the digital revolution. I therefore commend the Federation of Uganda Employers for its continued collaboration with government and other tripartite institutions in advancing the decent work agenda and promoting gender equality at the workplace. Through partnerships with the private sector and organizations like FUE, we aim to build a future-ready workforce that can harness AI to improve productivity, governance, and service delivery. I encourage employers to work with us to align workplace skills training with emerging technological needs and to make sure no woman is left behind in this digital transition. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by wishing all the participants fruitful deliberations, meaningful networking, and renewed inspiration to lead with vision, confidence, and technological awareness, particularly the graduates of the FFP program. Together, let us ensure that women leadership in Uganda remains strong, innovative, AI smart, ethical, and transformative. Together we can build a Uganda where technology amplifies human potential and AI becomes a bridge to equality, to opportunity, and prosperity. I want to thank you for your kind attention and declare this meeting officially opened. I thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. P.S. Come on, let's appreciate him once again. Thank you, Mr. David Chibenge, for those very, I should say, profound, inspiring, motivating, and thought-provoking welcome remarks. I believe you'd agree with me that he has set the right tone for this conference. He has reminded us why we are here and the purpose for this conference, but most importantly, that no woman should be left behind in the digital transformation. Allow me to appreciate you for honoring this conference and for your continued support through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in appreciating our guest of honor for opening our conference. Thank you. Allow me at this juncture to welcome our keynote speaker this morning. He's none other than Dr. Michael Niyitegeka. Michael is the Executive Director of the Refactory Limited. He's also the Country Director of ICDL Africa, and he's passionate and practices leadership development, strategy development, business technology, business advisory services, primarily through coaching and mentoring. He possesses 22 years of working experience in both the private and the public sector. Michael has worked and consulted for different sectors with a very specific focus on business development, leadership development, strategy development, technology, and integration. He has mentored and coached individuals and companies across different sectors over the last 10 years. He's a member of the ICT Technical Working Group of the Presidential Investor Roundtable, as well as the advisory group for the government of Uganda on 41R technologies. Michael, and this excites me, serves as a board member in the fintech, insurance, media, and courier industries. He is a Rotarian and is passionate about mentoring the next generation of technology and business leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Michael Niyitegeka. You are most welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make one correction. The only thing I did about a doctor is apply for a PhD scholarship and dropped out before the interviews. But my wife then went ahead and got it. So by affiliation, we share the doctor in the middle. So my doctor comes at the end. Michael Niyitegeka, doctor, then Dr. Marjorie Chomhendo Niyitegeka. So somehow I think Julian was telling me, says the doctor looks good. It's just that recently National Council of Higher Education decided those procured doctorates are no longer tenable. So I was going to say maybe I need to find one entity that can call me a doctor, because these days if you have the money, yeah. So it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and I'd like to thank the Federation of Ugandan Employers for inviting me to be a keynote speaker at this event, and congratulations to all those that are graduating. I see quite a number of familiar faces. Leadership is key, and I think it is important that we're able to groom and nurture. So this morning, and as we go along, I'll share some of the work that we are doing. Yes, so I lead an organization called Refactory. Refactory is a software academy, and I want to boldly say that so far we will probably, unless it has happened overnight, but we are still the leading software academy that is non-academic. Non-academic. So I worked in my career for 12 years, and I think I became a rebel. I just couldn't stay. And I wanted to do something that got people into work, because I felt we were doing quite a lot of training and people were graduating with degrees. But I think for me the greatest pain was that we were training, and 3 years later I would meet some of the people that I taught, and they say, I am still looking for work. And yet I would meet employers who would be telling me, we can't find talent in the market. So when I tried to do a few radical things at the university, I realized that unless I have that doctor, there are certain things you can say, but they will say, who are you? I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So I decided, you know when they say, find your... Looks like none of you were dismissed from school. When they would say, your talents elsewhere. Yeah. So I decided to expel myself from the university. I resigned and started the refactory. And we've been doing this for the last 10 years. We've trained close to 10 years, but refactory is 6 years. We've been doing this, and we've trained close to 950. And for me, what gives me the greatest joy, thank you, that close to 65% of the people we've trained are women. And here's the reason. Because we do not require you to have a degree in IT. We don't require you to have done math. We don't require you to have, all we need is passion. And of those, about 70% have found work in the IT industry. And as I speak about this morning, what we've also found very interesting is that majority of the people that have joined our programs were previously never in the IT space. Never. Out of passion. And it was really sparked by a young lady who saw my tweet and said, what does it take to learn how to write code? And I said, just join the program. That was 2019, March. She joined, applied on a Friday, joined on Monday. November 2019, she was hired by a company in the UK to write software. She's in Uganda, but she's now writing software for a company in the UK, and she's paid per hour. So many times I see her and I'm like, can we exchange? Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So let me share what I was asked, and I'm going to try and keep this as exciting. So for context, we've all heard about AI, and I want to believe we all have our fears. And I also want to believe, for the interest of time, I want to believe there are many of us who are kept awake and reflecting, because there's no single profession that is not being, in one way or the other, impacted by the advances of technology. And I'm pretty sure there are many of us, whether you're in academia, whether you're in research, whether you're in any industry, name it, there is a bit that is being impacted and that is being influenced by AI. And so many of us, in one way or the other, we have a lot of reflections that we do have overnight. And you're kept awake. My friends who are in the regulation industry keep on asking, what is this AI going to do to us as regulators? If you're in the banking industry or the finance industry, I'm pretty sure you have all sorts of reasons to be awake through the night. I always tell my friends, special grace to anybody who is heading the IT function in a financial institution. Special grace, because you're not sure what your morning is going to look like. Why? Because even the strong ones, like we saw this week, Amazon was down. There was an outage at Amazon. And we started wondering, so if Amazon can go down and has an outage, what happens to companies like ourselves? And so we all have desires, we all have challenges that we are struggling with. But what does this mean? There are three things that are happening, and every industry is currently struggling, be it industry, be it government. One is that disruptive technologies are no longer breaking news. They are with us, they are part of us. So we're dealing with disruptive technologies across the board. Two is that the customers are getting more informed, more empowered, and because of that, they are changing. So you can no longer take them for granted. If you have a customer and you think this person has been banking with you or has been doing with you in terms of insurance or has been doing, and you feel, I have you for life, wake up. Why? Guess what? There is a lot of information that I can even compare and ask, please compare service provider X with service provider Y. Who do you think I should go for? So the customer is changing. But most importantly is that our markets are evolving. So just because I have you here doesn't mean that I'm not dealing with somebody else elsewhere. So we've gotten to a point at Refactory where we've realized that if I am going to scale at this rate that I want to scale, I can no longer look at the Ugandan labor market or demand for employment only. I must start looking elsewhere. And so I'm looking at and having conversations with talent off-takers who are looking for talent that doesn't have to move to those specific countries, but can be remote work here. And as such, I'm also beginning to tell some of the donors or partners that I am a green organization because my people work from home. They are not traveling, carbon footprint minimal. I said, yeah, you're right. Things are evolving. We could be doing the same thing, but approaching it from a different angle. But there are also four things. And I start with these things so that I can get you to appreciate some of the things that we're struggling with. Every business is looking for extra revenue. Every business. And so we are struggling with enabling new revenue streams. Even government. That's why every time we have the new income tax law, government is trying to add something. Why? Because the demands and expectations are increasingly going up. Two is that the customer has more leverage than I previously had. So if you give me crap, I will walk with my feet. And I'll have the boldness to say, move this to there. And I have no hard feelings. So customer engagement is becoming more critical. But most importantly is that we are beginning to see an increase in business to business. Why? Because that's why you're seeing the telecos are working with the banks and the banks are working with the telecos. Every teleco has become a bank. And that's the reason they had to move. And guess what? Every bank is becoming, in one way or the other, a fintech. And if you notice, in most of these financial institutions, the IT function is one of those fastest growing functions. Why? Because of the need to collaborate. That business to business is no longer a feel-good thing. If I'm an insurance industry and I cannot enable payment and reconciliation in real time, you're not ready for 2025. So B2B has to happen. And we are now talking about what we call APIs. API. Are you API ready? That if I want to do something with you, I can seamlessly integrate with you. So we can do the paperwork, but if we cannot connect at the digital platform level, you will be some pain. But then also number 4 is that we are all innovating to manage costs. Why? Because as the markets dynamically change, it also means that our margins are shrinking, and as our margins shrink, the only place we can only go to is what? Cost management. And that's when AI comes in and they are saying, look, if there are certain roles we can take away and automate, like the PS mentioned, we will automate. Why? Because it's about leveraging efficiencies. So let's understand AI. And I'm pretty sure you've heard the different semantics: big data, advanced analytics, artificial intelligence. Everything starts and stops with. Everything starts and stops with. Hello? Everything starts and stops with. Thank you. So there are people who come to me and say, Michael, mfunira yoka AI. And I'm like, no. If your data is crap, there's no AI that is going to sort you out. No AI. You can use the Gen AI, generative AI, ChatGPT, Gemini, and all the rest. You can use those. But for data, for AI to work in your organization, data is a starting point. And here's the reason. So if you look at the hierarchy, we really start off from the whole, every organization has data. Every organization has data. Sometimes I ask the question, are you aware of the data assets that you possess in your business? Have you ever taken time to take stock of the data asset that you have? And what is the value of that data asset? That if I was to price your data, what value would I give it? 2, I'm pretty sure we all have storage. So 1, 2, 3 are not a big issue. We collect, we store. There's a lot of data. If I checked your laptops, there are folders that you last checked maybe 4 years ago, but they are there. So data is not an issue. Collection is not an issue. 3, maybe, could be an issue for some of us. That we have a lot of data, but never pay attention to it. I was doing a training and I asked a question. When is the last time you looked at your data at the reception? And somebody said, is there data? I said, yes. When is the last time? There are leaders here. When is the last time you had a conversation about the data at the reception? And yet, religiously, people sign in. What have you come to do? Who have you come to see? And if you pay attention to that data, it could tell you something about the people that come to your organization. What are they looking for? Are they clients that you miss? And of course, then, once you've done the cleaning, you begin the aggregation. You begin to filter. You begin to get a sense of insights. You know, there's been this whole conversation around data is the new what? Gold, oil, name it. But there's something that hit me different. And it said, data is not the new gold. It is data insights. Now, you can only get insights once you've gone to the aggregate level. When you've started building and paying attention to the granularity of your data. Who is coming to my organization? And so once we've done that, then we start doing the analytics. From the analytics, we now go into the learning. And that's when we start talking about your data science. Because now you start applying some science on the data. It is not just the graphs. How many of us have dashboards that we look at every morning or every week? A dashboard. That when you start your day, there's a dashboard that tells you this is how things are moving. We are below on this target. I hope the leaders here that your default screen is not the desktop with very many folders, but it's a dashboard that says, this is how we performed last week. These are the things we need to move. And then, of course, from data science, we go into what we call AI, now deep learning. So we start now applying things like machine learning, natural language processing, and that whole shenanigan. But the essence that I'm trying to communicate here is that AI is not a technology. It's not a software you buy if you want it to work for your organization. For it to make sense, you have to start bottom up. Does that stop you from using the Gen AI, generative AI, ChatGPT, and all that kind of stuff? No, it won't. However, you'll be using other people's data. Why? Because ChatGPT is using aggregate data that is on the web. That's what it's able to give you. DeepSeek is able to give you some analytics because someone has invested in making this data available. And that's why they're saying AI is still English. It is not yet African. Why? Because our biggest problem is data. Let's look at our country. If I want data and I want to do some bit of deep analytics, so besides the data that is provided by URA from a largely national level, and when they say we've now moved into middle income, lower, and you're like, Sijulida. Yeah. It's because at a granular level, it's very difficult for us to appreciate who is Michael in this country called Uganda. How much is Michael earning? And that's why countries that are able to do the stuff that they are doing, they can account. And so data is critical. And the reason, because many times when people talk about AI is taking our things and that kind of stuff. I hope we are safe. AI is going to take our work. AI is, yes, it will. But I also say, for Africa, and Uganda. We shall continue surviving in our... Because the real impact that we are seeing Amazon cutting down 200 jobs or 200,000 jobs to like the numbers that are going to be cut off work in those markets, it is simply because their level of automation is also super high. That if we were to automate, let's say, universities, academic registrars department could be cut down to 3 people because you don't need that very many people. However, we still need them. Why? Because somebody has to look at the document and you've seen those things, where they try to hold a document to see ononasa over. Another making sense. So the one thing that we must advocate for us to leverage the power as our theme is, we must be advocates of automation. Because it is in automating that we begin to get some data points. And I'll share with you some of the things that we've been able to do at Refactory that give us. So data is the fuel that drives AI. We can have the grand things of a national AI strategy, good. But if the base is poor, it will remain a very good document. What I call the Me Too strategy. Because everybody is having a national AI strategy, we shall not be left behind. We shall also have what? A national AI strategy. But are we ready? At the very basic requirement. If I was to look at our level of automation across government functions, are we ready? When we go to visit some people, you have a meeting with some people, and they still write a cheat. What is your name? Who have you come to see? Are you on appointment? And the person has to take a piece of paper somewhere for somebody to say, allow him in. Yeah, maybe one day I will be in that office and those cheats will start coming, but for now, I struggle. So here's why we're talking about the things that we are talking about, and I'll shortly go deep into AI. This was a study done by McKinsey Global. And for me, the most important thing says data-driven organizations are 23 times more likely to acquire customers, 6 times likely to retain customers, 19 times as likely to be profitable. Case study, CJs. If there is one organization that is data-driven, it's Cafe Javas. Every point has been marked. As you enter, the first question is what? As you enter CJs, what do they ask you? Table 4? That's a data question. Because you don't just go gallivanting and sit on a table for 4 when you won. That's a data question. When you say table for 2, there is a place. And if all tables for 2 are taken, what do they tell you? Wait a bit. But they have also gone ahead and mastered the art of what do our people consume. So their menu is not as expansive as most of our places where you turn 10 pages. Then you ask this one, Techiri yo. Ah, okay. Attention, Kambuze. No. Whatever is in the menu will be where? Available. And he has a kitchen that only does prepare the food to 80% and 20% will be completed. When they serve you in 15 minutes, you're like, data. Why? Because food must be given to you under 15 minutes. His count is how many people sat on that chair. Somebody told me, says it is the only place that has no TV, plays no music, doesn't serve alcohol, that closes past midnight. And on Sunday, there is somebody who does one thing: look after the children. Data. Then you'll hear people saying, "Nae guy yo wa sabira wa kolachi." Nothing. So to talk about artificial intelligence, we are talking about the simulation of human intelligence by software coded. So we're basically trying to use data insights to the extent possible to teach a computer program to be able to mimic to the extent possible. And it remains artificial. Now, this may not be as visible, but there are a lot of things that we need to look at. One is around what we call deep learning, neural networks, and I'll not spend a lot of time in getting into this stuff. But these are areas. But just for you to have an idea that when we talk about AI, there are different components we are talking about. And allow me now to give a shout out to a team of Ugandans that last week, but one, launched the first natural language processing framework for Ugandan languages. We now have AI that can, to an extent possible, communicate to us in Luo. Yes. There's a language model called, large language model called Sunflower. It's a Ugandan, yeah. Sunflower, it's coming, it was done by a company called Sunbird AI. And they're trying to do, I think they've done about 4 languages, Luo, Luganda. I'm trying to remember. But there are initiatives in that space because AI has largely been English. So when you have some money available, please, look out for these initiatives. They're very good to support. And if you look at the direction where we are, majority of us are familiar with what I call generative AI. The DeepSeek, ChatGPT, and all that kind of stuff. But you see, in terms of hierarchy, at the base is really what you've done. A lot of work has really started from generative AI. And I'm pretty sure many of us, Gmail users, I will speak for Gmail, I'm not sure about others, but you've seen when, for example, when you receive an e-ticket, air ticket, the first thing it does is it takes it direct to your calendar. That is machine learning. So what they did was to understand the structure of an e-ticket. So to look out for the airline. So these industries have standardized certain things. So the e-ticket has a standard structure. The airline code has a standard structure. I don't know if I'm making sense. The date, so if you compare your e-tickets, you will see most of them will have the same things. So the moment that lands in your email, Gmail reads it and understands this is an e-ticket, you're traveling. and picks the time, the date, and takes it straight to your calendar. And if any changes happen to your flight schedule, you will receive notification, even sometimes well ahead of Civil Aviation Authority. I've had scenarios where your flight delays and you get notification your flight has been delayed, and sometimes you reach out to Civil Aviation Authority and they say, Oliwa, you're going to be left. Yeah. But because, you remember when I talked about synchronization of data? So these engines, and that's why AI is one of the biggest power consumers now, and it's becoming an issue from an energy efficiency perspective. So a lot of us are using Gen AI. Gen AI largely depends on open databases, but there are also databases that are paid for. So if you're subscribed to, let's say, ChatGPT, the kind of queries that I will get and the results I will get will depend on what version I have. So if I have a paid version, it will give me a little bit more detail and probably give me some numbers that you probably won't get from a non-subscribed version. I know that's making sense. When you go up, then we start looking at deep learning. Machine learning is now when you are now training. And that's when you're able to, so platforms like booking.com are heavy on machine learning. That they will see the kind of facilities you're always looking out for when you come to booking.com, and they will let you know, hey, by the way, what would deal? Why? Because you're always looking for deals. You've seen that? This airline has a discounted flight ticket to XYZ, and you receive notification and somebody will say, but how do these guys know? That's deep learning. And of course, artificial intelligence at the top. Now, let's talk about how do we leverage. As I bring this to a close. So the one thing I want to let you know is that AI is not a threat to our leadership. Not at all. It is the most powerful empowerment tool for our generation. Why? Because it gives me a lot of leverage that I previously did not have. 2, it's not about creating robots that think like human beings. No. At the core of AI, it's about creating systems that can learn, analyze, and make predictions from data. That's what it means. So if you're a regulator, you want to start looking at the data that these entities are giving you and trying to pay attention to what is it that we can begin, what intervention can I infuse into the ecosystem to unleash certain things. But you must then have built AI models that sit on the data that can kind of predict and give you a sense of seasonality. And you're not taken by surprise. Why? Because of data, historical data. It's not about So I talk about 4 things that I'm calling the Leaders AI Campus: navigating challenges and elevating performance. So there are 4 areas that I'm going to talk about that AI gives you as a leader that then enables you to leverage. 1, strategic vision, the what. That I'm able, based on the ecosystem, to generate insights that I previously wouldn't have easily gotten because of the availability of AI. One of the skills, and please put it down, one of the skills I would encourage you to acquire is what we call prompt engineering. how you interact with that generative AI tool is a skill. Because everybody thinks, yeah, genda ku Google, but we can all go to Google and get a different thing for the same thing. True or not true? It's understanding how Google responds. So prompt engineering, and that is really around ChatGPT, Gen AI, is really about you understanding how do I refine my queries so that it gets me to a point where I can reason with it. It's not about picking what AI has given you and just replicating it. You've seen what has happened to one of the companies, the big fours, that has been fined. Yeah. So there will be a need for human intervention at any one point. 2 is about streamline operations. 3, enhance customer and community, and West, foster innovation. And I'm going to talk about each of these. Truth is that we get bogged down by operational fires in one way or the other. We're extremely busy. If they invited you to speak, and I'll be honest with you, maybe 70% of this engagement was a lot, 70% preparation was an interaction with AI. How do I make this presentation fit for this audience? Why? Because probably my schedule doesn't permit me to put in the amount of time. So what does this do for me? It gives me a leverage. This is where to start. And so the empowerment is for you to be able to do a bit of analysis. There was a time I was writing a report and I was really, really short on time. I had about 30 spreadsheets that I had to sit in and just make sense. And out of the blue, I said, wait a minute, supposing I uploaded these data sets into this AI engine. And I uploaded. I was the happiest person. Because it gave me a 2-page report about that data. And even got me captions that I had a place to start from. Previously, I would need a statistician, I will need this. Now, you see what I'm talking about? The leverage it gives me as a leader. Caution, data privacy. Caution, data privacy. Because what AI engine are you using? The subscribed versions have data privacy clauses and how they use that data. If you're using the open ones, I can't guarantee. If anything becomes a major breach on your end, I don't say Michael told us the things. No. Look at your data privacy. And of course, I was also comfortable with the kind of data that I was dealing with because there was nothing sensitive. It had no names, it had no, so I could anonymize it and work with it. So for me, that's strategic vision. There are things that I'm able to think about and have a starting point that previously would have taken us a retreat. And come out of that retreat without anything. One time I don't know what I was doing, I was writing a proposal, and there's a section I wanted to caption, why is Refactory the best positioned partner for this project? And I went to AI. And I said, I'm working on this proposal for this organization. Why is Refactory best positioned? And I said, I want 2 paragraphs. It gave me I refined it further. Came down to 1 paragraph. I put it on my team's spaces. I said, guys, laba AI chetu gamba ko wano. And one of my colleagues said, whoa! Laba buzibu wano. As in, if this AI understands me this well, But for it to understand me, it means that it has something it is feeding on, my data. What am I doing online? What are you doing on social media? What are you doing? What captions, what stories are coming about you? I just had to do a bit of editing. But I was very happy with what it had said about me because it was true as Refactory. 2, streamline operations. We are stretched thin as leaders. We are stretched thin. We are juggling countless tasks, leading all of us. If you're in a leadership position, burnout is one of the things that you're struggling with most of the times. But when you automate your processes, and I'll give this example. Yeah, life happens. And I can't pretend I will. You can't hear me. Yeah, these ones you can't predict. So as the slides come back up, so when COVID happened, we closed because our classes used to be physical. But I told the team, I said, guys, the only way I am able to continue paying salaries is if I have numbers coming through. So we went Zoom, started delivering our trainings on Zoom. I can tell you, I do deliver on some of the courses, the modules that we run. It was a struggle. So when we opened, we had an office line. And of course, we are back, lines are on, but we decided to open 1 day physical, 4 days remote. Every time we came back to office on Monday, we had not less than 400 missed calls. 400 missed calls. What did that mean for us? Frustration. You can't call back 400. There were SMSs. So what did we do? We were clever. Bought a mobile phone, gave it to someone in charge of admin. Problem solved. But that person is a human being. Nayakowa. What would happen? At a certain time, the phone is what? Off. What are we dealing with? A bigger problem. People call you, your phones are never on. Oh, I'm like, okay, guys. What do we do? Get another phone, split the roles. Interesting. And then one of the people that we've been working with for some time is a company called Clark.io. Clark, C-L-A-R-K. Is an AI company. They said, we have an AI agent we can embed into your website. That AI agent reduced. So if you visit our Refactory website, there is an agent called Tracy. That AI agent reduced the calls to the office by 80%. But guess what it did for me as well? Because for you to engage with it, you must provide your email, your number, and your name. So what do I have? I have somebody. Then it also maps for me what you have engaged with and how far you went with applying. So the longer you stayed, the higher the chances that you're interested. True or not true? True or not true? So when I am looking at my data, I know who to what? Reach out. Who is close to applying. Streamline operations. The phone in the office killed. We moved and set up a WhatsApp AI chatbot. And the team now largely focuses on returning critical calls or responding to critical challenges. But this whole business of how much does it cost, when do classes begin, automated. So ask yourself, remember I said, do you have a look at the data that you access that comes to your organization? Who calls your organization and what do they look for? Is that something that they can find somewhere at their comfort? Because one of the things you also noted is that quite a number of people who engage our chatbot on the web engage it at night. Why? We are living in an economy we call the MB's economy. Our peak is on Friday when we have Freaky Friday, weekend bundles. But Friday is when my team is cooling down. True or not true? So there's nobody who wants to pick a call. But this agent is up and running. So the work that I have to do is to make sure that I constantly train this agent to respond. Constantly update it. If I have a new program, give it the program. Give it the details of the program. So more or less automate your frequently asked questions into a responsive AI tool. 3 is about enhanced customer and community connection. Somebody who was looking for me, managed to get me, but got the office line and realized it was on WhatsApp, started engaging and thought they were actually chatting with me. So we had agreed on a call, and then he reaches out to me and he says, I am waiting for you. I'm like, waiting for me where? He says, we agreed to have a call. I said, yes, but you never sent the details. He says, but even last night I sent you a WhatsApp message and you said, let me organize. I said, me? He said, yeah. He said, let me send you a screenshot. I said, yeah, you're talking to the AI agent for refactory. He said, what? Actually, he says, ate chiro nakyogeddeko ne mukyala nenga nacheka kano AI kintu kyonna kiri pleasant. Thank you for reaching us. This looks like a very good agenda. Let's see who else of the team will join this call. This has been well received. Thank you for trusting us with this opportunity. Ngalabira ddala everything is da. Time for the call comes, Michael is no show. Another making sense, friends. There are opportunities that you can automate. And once you automate them, to the other side of the client, they are happy because they are being helped. But you also need to pay attention to that data because it is important that you could be losing out a few things. That there could be quite a lot that is going through the cracks. The second last is innovation and creativity. Because you now have data and you know where the gaps are, you're able to respond to opportunities that you previously were not able to respond to. You're able to excite your clients, you're able to excite your customers because you have much more to give them than you previously could give them. So how do we move on? 1, to you who are leaders, I'll say, we need to cultivate curiosity, not fear. This technology is there to help us, is there to enable us. I am a graduate of this, not fearing. I have never studied IT. I have no single qualification in IT. I did a Bachelor of Arts in Arts, Organizational Studies, Philosophy. Then went to IT to teach business. And out of my curiosity, I said, I think there is something I can do in IT that most of these tech people cannot do. Understand business and connect it with technology. The rest is history. I don't remember the last time I was asked for my academic papers. I don't remember. It's after the effect. Why? Because I decided to venture into the boldness and say, I can actually niche out something for me. But if I feared because I didn't study, just. Two, we need to identify one pain point. What do you want to solve? What do you want technology to solve for you? 3, pilot. What do you want to automate? We can have a conversation at Refactory. We run an apprenticeship program where we pick projects from industry and give them to our apprentices over a period of 6 months. And they deliver for you, low cost. And then 4, build a community of practice. We need to nurture each other. We need to support each other. As we embrace, we must lead with our humanity. AI is powerful, but it lacks our empathy. It gets to a point where it is plastic. I cannot humanize it enough. Our intuition, our cultural understanding, our moral compass. Our role as leaders is to infuse AI with our wisdom and our ethics. And I'll leave you with these 4 principles. 5. Transparency is important. Let people know that based on the data that you have, you will decide what value or amount of money they can access because you're using an AI model. Fairness, prevent bias. Why? Because you need to look at that data and also filter it afresh. Give it a second look. Because it's very possible for AI to also give you biased info. Very, very possible. Remember, it is picking from what has been fed. You've heard of recent how there's been a conversation around what is AI, who is training AI, the ethical aspect. Because people are writing AI models on how to kill yourself. So you're engaging, and this, you heard of the story of a child who killed themselves. And they were chatting with an AI agent. How does it feel the other world? Oh, it is glorious. Okay, when can I join you? When you're ready. Only to realize they were chatting with an AI agent. So the ethical aspect is very critical. And so we also must teach our children not everything that AI is telling you to do is correct. Accountability is important. Again, data privacy. We have our Data Privacy Act that is very stringent, very, very stringent. And I like that it has started biting. This whole business of you taking photos and I have not given you consent. You're sorry. No. Not far from me. I mean, the university, Clark International University, took a photo of a student from an event, put it on a billboard. The student said, "You're jokers." Took them on. There was no consent of what you're going to use my image for. The university had to go through a negotiation because they were going to pay. Because had that person gone to report to the Data Privacy Office, you are in trouble. They fine you. The fines are hefty. You heard of the Safe Border saga, where Safe Border anonymized data, so there was no personal detail, gave it to another entity. And there was a whistleblower and said, Safe Border traded our data. NITAU came in with a big stick, whipped them. And they had to issue new guidelines, policy, data use policy, where they are saying, your data will be used. And if you consent, yeah. And many of us just consent, not so. You've seen those policies that we just say, I agree to the terms and conditions. But what are you agreeing to? And of course, security. We really must invest in our security. And data security is very, very important. I'll end with this, friends. Begin to look at your data with a lot of interest. And not just the annual reports. Not just the annual reports. Begin to look for insights. What is it that I don't know? What can I play with? Who is applying to my programs? These are things I keep on challenging the team. Who is applying to our programs? Who is this person? What do they do? Do I have an idea of their family background? Now, I will not ask you who is your father, who is your mother. No. What data can I collect about you that gives me an idea of who you are, that I can help me position my programs better? So, friends, I really hope that even when the coffee hasn't come and the sugar levels are down, I have made sense. I wish you the very best, and I am more than happy to have conversations with those that are interested. You remember piloting? Let's begin, because AI must work for us. God bless you.
Wow. I think that's not enough. Thank you so much, Dr. Michael, for your very inspiring and thought-provoking keynote remarks on women leading with AI. You've shared very profound insights that have actually opened our minds to the immense potential as women have in leveraging on technology, especially AI. I'm one of the people that used to fear anything to do with AI, robotics. But the last time I traveled to China, I entered an airport where basically you're interacting with robots, agents. You have to use the QR scan. I used to fear when people have their business card, like a QR scan. I could say, just give me the local one, But then I had to adapt because, the world is going global. But for me, my take home today is the need for us to begin to look at AI critically. We've learned a lot. You've tickled our minds. I'm even thinking we need a much bigger time with you as women to learn. How many of you are really tickled this morning? Then let's appreciate him once again. We deeply appreciate your time and knowledge and passion you've shared with us. And on behalf of FUE and everyone present, allow me to express our heartfelt gratitude. And I believe we will continue to engage and get inspired more from you. You set, the bigger tone for women leading with AI. Without much further ado, allow me to introduce our panelists. This morning, we have distinguished ladies and a gentleman that are going to take us through. Oh, we are supposed to have a coffee break, right? All right, okay. So we are going to dive into the coffee break, mindful of time. It was supposed to start at 10:30. We are going to have it at 10:45 to 11. It's going to be a working coffee break. So let me take this opportunity, because you watched the video much earlier. Let me invite you to go for the coffee break. But actually, before I invite you for the coffee break, allow me recognize my classmates for FFP. I've seen Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, where are you? Can you please stand up for recognition? That is FFP cohort 12. They attend every conference. Let's appreciate them. Then I've also seen Miriam Kabandana Chibaya. Miriam, please, I've seen you on the screen. The historicals. Where is Miriam? She's a bit shy. Maybe she stepped out. All right, let me invite you to go for the coffee break. Feel free. Interact, network, engage on a conversation on AI. For some of us who have not yet been serious with data collection, we need to make calls to our team to start working on data. All right, let's dive into the coffee break. Can play some mild instrumental music. Our PA, something soothing on Friday. We're going to take only 10 to 12 minutes for coffee break. Let's have a working coffee break. Thank you very much. Ladies, let's hasten a little bit. We are having a working conversation. Remember, it's a Friday, so we want to expedite our program. The keynote speaker is also around to get a few questions from us. So if you have any question, I can get a paper from Shafi. Shafi, you can move around so that we can take on the questions. Let's settle in. We shall network much later. We want to make sure we keep our time as planned. As I take you through some of the key areas that I've picked from our keynote, the need for us to remember that AI feeds on our data. It also scared me, what kind of data do I have on social media? Because it formulates, the different information that people are going to know about you. Let's quicken. The other take home is that data is the new gold, but also data insight is the real deal. These are key things we need to think about. The insights, the need for us to pay attention to our data. And something that is also quite interesting, I'm trying to tickle your mind to see the questions that we are going to ask. AI is not a technology. It's not a software that you buy, no. At one point I thought AI is a technology. But this morning we learned something new, that it's not even a software. And that for AI to make sense, it starts from bottom up. It starts from the data. Then it trickles down. It goes up. What data have you collected? What have you gathered? What have you stored? And I also learned that we need to invest in our data that is available. Create your own data space, the information, gather it so that later you can be able to use it. Remember, everything starts and stops with your data. Then I also learned something very interesting, that, AI cannot stop bad data, crap data. That's something we need to understand. And for AI to work, data is the starting point. Ladies, prepare your questions for the keynote speaker. Shafi is moving around to pick the different questions. If you want to ask it verbatim, feel free, so that we dive into the next session. It's a working tea. We are going to have a very beautiful conversation this morning. So what questions do you have for the keynote speaker? Anything to do with data? The other question that he posed to us: are you aware of the data assets you possess? As you leave the conference today, are you aware? What is the value of your data? Do you pay attention to the data? What is that information? Those simple questions that he posed to us. The information of the visitors at work, at the reception area, the customers, the clients, the different cases you've worked on. Are you aware of the assets that you possess? What's the value of that data? What's the value? So prepare your questions. He shared the AI campus. Data is the fuel that drives AI. And then he also shared something to do with the fact that AI is not a threat to our leadership, but it only elevates our performance. It elevates our efficiency, effectiveness. In other words, we need to leverage on it. But remember, AI starts with your data. So we need to remember that at the core of every AI system, there is need to learn, analyze, and also protect our data. So let us settle in, ladies. I want to invite questions to our keynote speaker. It's going to be for just a couple of minutes. And then we dive into the panel sessions. Please settle in. Let's have a working tea. Those that are networking, you're going to find when we have already started the session. Can I have the ladies that have questions for the keynote? If you have a question, you come here. Thank you so much. It's okay. Shafi, can we have the microphone? I thought FFP taught you that boldness and the confidence, so you can easily come here as the microphone is coming. Friends, can we settle in? Shafi, where is the second microphone? There's a lady here with a question. There's a lady, a graduate here. Our keynote is about to come back. That's fine. Let's wait for him to get back. As a recap, I want to remind you that AI is not technology. AI is not a software that you buy. And for AI to make sense, it comes from the bottom up. Remember, data is the new gold, but data insights is the real deal. The need for you to pay attention to your data. Then the other take home that you need to remember is that AI cannot stop any crap data. It cannot stop the bad data. For AI to work, data has to be clean and thorough. So I'll invite our keynote to come back so that we can have the questions. Ladies, let's settle in. And Marie, your table. There's a table there where the ladies are taking a picture. Yeah? Let's settle in. We are having the next question that is going to be addressed to our keynote speaker. Shafi, I don't know where you are. Come and help me. Let's settle and listen to the question. What's the value of your data? What are your data assets? Everything starts and stops with data. Then also the other take home was the generated AI. We use a lot of ChatGPT, DeepSync. So have we mastered the art of prompt engineering, the art of being very specific, zeroing down to exactly what you need? He also spoke about ethics. So our keynote is back. Madam Graduate, just take it up. Mr. Ogwang, Mr. Ogwang, they can let you go and you take your seat. Please, can you leave our keynote to take his seat? Because we are going into questions. All right, Doctor, they are going to pose a question to you. Yes, you can ask the question. Dr. Michael, this is your question. Yes?
Thank you, Michael, for that insightful presentation. What tickled me when you spoke about ethical standards from the user side, but what I really need to understand is to what extent can we reference AI? Can we be that honest in a report to say that the data sources that we used, one was from this journal, the other is from the other published paper, and also AI? Is that something we need to think about, and how should we go about referencing AI in the work that we do? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other question? Ladies, just put up your hand. She's asking how you reference. Is it possible? Thank you. If you don't mind, you can come this side so that I can see. Just feel free to stand here. Remember, the future is bold. The future is courageous. The future is female. All right? Tell us your name and, Oh, she's moving around the microphones. Oh, but you can still make a comment. So ladies, if you have any question, please, just by a show of hand. Thank you. You tell us your name, and then you pose the question. Yes, any questions? Just have the microphone and then you give us the name and the question. All right, maybe doctor can respond to that. Doctor, do you want to, is it okay if you come back here so that we can all hear?
So with regard to referencing, it depends on who you're submitting the report to. Because if it's a journal, if it's a publication, if it's research, you want to, yes, indicate that parts of this report were sourced from, or references were sourced from AI. But you see, there are different Gen AI platforms. There are those that actually have access, what you'd call primary data sets. And so they're able to give you data set that is not just generic, because there's some data that you will actually get and yourself you're like, this is too glossy, it doesn't look as glossy as it should be. So I would say, first, understand which AI tool best suits what you're looking for. Because not everything is ChatGPT friendly. That's number one. Because if I'm into engineering, there could be a Gen AI tool, a Gen AI platform that speaks to the stuff that I'm looking for. If I'm into academia, there is a Gen AI tool that actually gives me access to journals, that gives me access to primary data sets, that even these references I can easily access. And that's the reason why you're getting the scenario that you're getting with, let's say, that company that I mentioned that is currently in the spotlight, where there were references, but these people, yes, they are experts in that subject area, but they had never published those specific either articles or why? Because this was Gen AI, it was AI fabricated, if that makes sense. So you need to know the source. You need to know, you need to know the tool that works for you. And I will tell you, always read out and try to understand what does your paid version give you. It doesn't look expensive many times because you're paying like $40. But what is $40 giving you? What is it giving you access to? Because that access then enables you to know how to navigate that particular platform. So to your question, I would say the ethical standards with referencing, the starting point is, what are you looking for? And which tool is most appropriate for you? Which tool is most appropriate for you? Of course, the starting point is your Gen AI platforms. Yeah, your ChatGPT, the Gemini, Microsoft. Microsoft, under their new platform called Copilot, I was testing it out, and I asked Copilot to write for me a 4-page piece on indigenous languages of Uganda. And it was interesting what it was able to generate. But remember, it is dependent on what has been profiled. And so when I tasked this and I said, can you give me references? What happened to the content? It reduced. Because for some of the citations had no references. But it gave me a good starting point. And for me, it was just it was one of those activities of trying to test out. The most recent one I did with Copilot was, I think I was supposed to give a presentation. And I asked Copilot, I said, prepare for me a 45-minute presentation in PowerPoint on, what was it about? And it was able to give me slides. Now, I looked at the slide deck, well designed. I went ahead and I said, okay, I want all white faces turned to African faces, African black faces. And on some of them, I said, I want you to give me a Ugandan context background. Now, it would struggle on some of them because it doesn't have the data set. Or the data is there, but it hasn't been referenced as Ugandan. I don't know if I'm making sense. So one of the biggest opportunities from that, well, I don't know if it's an opportunity, but you've heard of what they call data annotation. or image annotation. It's where people are referencing images and saying, this is a Ugandan mother. So the image is linked to a Ugandan mother. But there is an ongoing case in Kenya where the refugees who are getting this data annotation work started getting mental health challenges because the images that were being sent to them for annotation were horrific images, were images of war, death, because AI should recognize that this body is a dead body. This was somebody who was shot by this type of gun or kind of thing. And so what they have found out is that majority of those people are getting mental issues because of what they are seeing. Ethical. So I am told that people even were getting very bad dreams. So you wake up in the middle of the night and you have this wild dream that there's a dead body next to you because that's all you're seeing. And they are saying that the glossy, good-looking images are never sent to us. They only send us the horrifying ones to do the annotation. Well, we're looking for work. But I hope I've answered your question. Probably I'll take two more. Okay, there's a question over there. Somebody with a microphone. The microphone is here. Somebody here. This person wants to.
All right, thank you so much. We enjoyed us on the table, my neighbors. We really enjoyed your talk. One thing I want to really ask, there are these adverts that come on YouTube. As you're going through, you see an advert of, please subscribe. They even know your age. I won't say, but they always say, at this age, you should already know AI tools and all that. So my question is, I believe you've seen them too. Is it worth trying? I'm tempted to try, but I know I'm going to go out with some good money. I haven't proceeded to know how much money it is. And they say you learn in maybe 30 days, 20 days or something like that, and you'll be an expert. But I've not gone ahead to try it. So what's your take on that? Thank you.
Thank you. So here's my rule of the thumb. For everything that I want to download and invest in, I want to know who else has used it. So the starting point for me is it a platform? Yes. Do you have a website? Yes. What are the reviews? So what have the people said, those that have used it? Now, so for me that would be the starting point. Truth is, learning AI in 30 days, yes, you can learn how to use ChatGPT. Yeah, I can see you're saying, really? You can learn. So the starting point for me is, so I never pay attention to those ads. Why? Because that is really push, what you call push advertising. They will get 10, 3, 4, 5 people who will try them out, and out of those, they will make some money. There will be 1 million globally that are able to try that. I don't know if I'm making sense. So they will look for people who are desperate and thinking that if you do this, it will be magic. So I would say, don't just subscribe. Don't. Look out for platforms. One of the platforms that I would recommend is Coursera. Course, then RA. Coursera. There are quite a number of courses there, some of them free, some of them with certification. So I would say look out for Coursera, look out for a platform called Udemy, U-D-E-M-Y, Udemy. There are platforms like Udacity. You have even, which other one? EDX. So you have quite a number of open platforms that are available that you can, that have a level of verification and certification that you can go through if you're interested in learning. If you believe what they are talking about speaks to you, I'll go back to my default. Who else has used it? And what are they saying? But also then do an open Google search, not just out of their website. Do an open Google search. Because the open Google search will then give you of who they are they a scam? Are they offering anything that is of value? So for me, that's what I would say. So don't just go for it. There are very well recognized learning platforms that you could start from. And of course, yeah, Refactory is not far from here as well. We do run an AI machine learning program that runs in the evening 3 days a week. And although we recommend that start with the data science side before you go to the AI machine learning, at least the one that we teach requires you to have some good grounding in data and data analytics.
I have the microphone here.
Okay, that's the last one.
I'll as well use it. Thank you so much, Michael. You have really tickled my mind. I thought I knew all I need to know about AI, but I think I need to come for some lessons at Refactory. So, Michael, you have a customer here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gloria. I'm an alumni of FFP 2022. Congratulations to the graduates. Michael, mine goes to the academic world.
Yes.
Would you consider AI support in research as plagiarism?
Good question.
Thank you.
Again, I think it goes to the first question. Would you consider it plagiarism? I would say if you have referenced it and acknowledged that this piece of work is from AI. So let me give an example. We all remember the advent of Wikipedia. Do you remember Wikipedia? And many of us were very easy to reference Wikipedia until people realized, well, Wikipedia, even me, I can go on and define something and it will be, because that's what it is. It's an open platform for people to go in and content share. What I would say, if you're doing academic work, find AI engines that are academic related. Don't go ChatGPT. Don't go Gen AI, like the open Gen AI platforms, because they are AI engines that are for academic research. So look for that. The other thing I would also say is that because these AI, Gen AI platforms also can be very specific. Look out for one that speaks for the work that you're interested in. Not everything. Because that's where we get it wrong. So you'll find one that has specialized into something else, and you'll ask. Remember what I told you earlier? One skill you must acquire is which one? One skill is what? Prompt engineering. Because prompt engineering enables you to understand how to engage these platforms. It's conversational. I was having a chat with my son. He's doing his degree. And from that conversation, he was telling me he was engaging ChatGPT or one of the platforms. And from his conversation, I said, please send me the screenshots of this conversation you've had with the AI engine. I could see how every question was a refined question from the previous question. And he was able to quickly say, yeah, I could notice there were gaps here, because every question I asked, it was either faulting itself because you're using an open platform. I don't know if I'm making sense. So it tells you this was this figure, and then if you prompt it further, the figure changes. Yeah. So don't take first search as your perfect search. I'll say keep prompting it. What is the source for this? Can you reference it for me? Which year was this declared? And the more you refine it, the chances are by the time you do to your last question, you'll have something better. I want to thank you very much. The organizers have my email address. I am more than happy for them to share my email address. If there's any way I can continue supporting, if I can manage, I'm happy to continue engaging and supporting where possible. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michael, for once again setting the tone on AI with your knowledge and wisdom. Now, allow me to introduce our panelists for the panel discussion, but before I do so, let me recognize Ms. Mona Mugume Seboliba, the Vice Chairperson of FUE. We can't see you. If you can stand up and wave to us. That's our Vice Chairperson. Thank you so much for your leadership. Now, our panelists for today's session, the first one is Miss Judy Elaine Mugoya. She is a seasoned Ugandan management expert with an MSc in management and a BBA from Andrews University. As a country manager at Smart Applications International since 2013, she masters operations, HR, strategic planning across healthcare, education, and business sector. Her ethos, among others, emphasizes dynamic environments, technology, hastening, and a pragmatic focus. Her key competences include talent acquisition, change management, and high-stake negotiations. She is affiliated with Uganda Healthcare Federation and Rotary, and she has demonstrated leadership in several professional networks. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Ms. Judy Elaine Mugoya. Most welcome. The next panelist is Ms. Julianne Rueju, who has over 20 years experience in ICT sector, both in the private and in the public sector. She's the acting director, e-government services, providing an oversight role in e-government implementations and digital transformations. Julianne is a board member of the ICT Committee at National Drug Authority, a member of the Judiciary ICT Law Reform Steering Committee, and she has supported various projects in government, such as ECIMIS in judiciary, immigration at DCIC, and other various government e-government systems. Julianne is very passionate about digital transformation and promotion of ICT in the public sector for better service delivery. She's a holder of an MSc ICT, MBA, Change Management Certified, Price 2 Project Management Certified, Microsoft Certified Software Engineer, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Ms. Julianne Reju to the podium. Our last panelist is none other than Mr. Francis Ogwang. He is a Ugandan finance expert with over 20 years experience and serves as a country manager at EADB. This follows his roles as a director in EcoBank Uganda, chief manager in Serudeb. He's educated with an MPhil in development finance, MBA, BA economics, a CEO apprenticeship of Strathmore, has a diploma in KPMG CEDA 2010, and Francis excels in strategy, project finance, risk management, stakeholder management. Francis, interestingly, is very fluent in English, French, and Swahili. Habari, Francis. He holds various board positions at UDC, CIC Insurance, and Lyra Catholic Diocese. His expertise spans leadership, business development across East Africa sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Francis. He is already seated here, but is most welcome to the panel. Now, I'll invite Judy to tell us, just in 1-2 words, to describe yourself.
Thank you very much. Interesting. I am passionate, I'm resilient, I'm consistent, and I love what I do, and I'm result-oriented.
All right, Julianne, can you describe yourself?
Oh, very interesting, especially after Judy has mentioned certain words that I'm not sure I can repeat. Julianne Reju, passionate about technology. When you see me, you'll see me all over places around technology transformation. How do we use digitization to solve basic needs of Ugandans?
Thank you very much. And Francis, is there anything you feel describes you better that you feel I've left out?
Thank you very much. Good morning, friends. Francis, I am passionate about everything I put my hands on. I am energetic because passion and energy transform things. And then, I like success. I like success, and I like to hang with people who are purpose-driven and success-driven. Thank you.
Wow, that's very interesting. Now, Judy, Smart Applications Group operates at the cutting edge of digital innovation. How are you integrating AI in order to enhance efficiency, security, and customer experience?
Thank you very much. I'd like to just paint a picture on who Smart Applications is. So we're an ICT solutions company currently in 12 countries, covering about 1.7 million members. And our platform, which is the MediSmart solution, is being used across over 9,000 healthcare facilities within those 12 countries. It's been an interesting path and a journey for SMART, because when we started off about 23 years ago in Kenya, we decided to go directly into the healthcare space. And why healthcare? It was such a nightmare. I mean, looking around the room, I'm not too sure whether some of us were there at that point where you had to go to the hospital, you're covered by a medical insurer, but you have to use a photo card. The photo card is presented to somebody who is not interested. They have seen so many people, they just want to clear the line. So what happened is that indeed fraud was an issue, and we saw that the insurance sector was truly ailing from that particular aspect. So we decided to come in as SMART application to digitize the processes within the healthcare space. So our agenda truly is just transforming healthcare access, and that's what we have done. So we've moved from a desktop application, and now we have a web-based interface, simply meaning that you can access everything you need on your phone, right to the point whereby we have now ensured that members, you and I, can download an app, and that app can give you that information, where before you could only see a face behind that particular reception telling you you're not covered for this, and information would be, let me call my HR and find out, really, am I covered or not? Or being embarrassed and you arrive and you're told, you know what, we are not treating you. Why? Your scheme has expired. So this is mundane information that really you and I need convenience in terms of, is that information on your fingertips? So therefore, as SMART, we have been able to digitize and automate that entire process in terms of just trying to transform how access to healthcare is done. But allow me to mention one thing. As our keynote speaker said, when this process of automation is going on, we assume that the data you receive must be clean. So therefore, we are working with healthcare personnel. First of all, in the education sector, just the focus on learning how to use these tools is not part of the curriculum. So you come to a workspace and you're given a computer and you're asked as a nurse who uses paper just to triage a patient, and you're being asked, please put this data into a machine. And they're wondering, but why? I don't even know how to touch a mouse. I mean, there are instances even where you'll find a doctor has carried, I'm talking about those days, please do not shoot me, but those days the doctor would go away with a laptop. So he was the only person who had a laptop. So we have seen a transformation over the years in terms of the adoption of technology, the acceptance, and of course with a friendly user interface, you find that people are gaining more interest in terms of using technology.
Wow, that's very exciting about, healthcare transformation. Now, over to you, Julian. How is NITA Uganda currently driving the digital transformation agenda across government ministries and agencies?
Let me talk a bit about NITA. NITA in full is National Information Technology Authority, for those that probably may not know. Our core functions really are to provide infrastructure. You will all talk about digitization, but without proper infrastructure, you have nothing, right? So what we do is provide the best infrastructure, the fiber, the connectivity that you hear about, infrastructure like the data centers. We basically are the shared agency that manages the ICT platforms or ICT infrastructure for government, data centers, and all that. Now, we drive through, other than just the infrastructure, we also provide the standardization across the board We also do the regulations, where data protection is one of our key regulations that recently was passed and which is very important. Michael talked about data, but data privacy is very important. So we also handle the regulatory part of digitization across the board. What we do is that we offer entities or government institutions these infrastructures or shared infrastructures so that for them they can concentrate on their core functions. For example, the health or the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health, their core function is to provide health services. You don't have to start thinking about laying cables, data or servers and so on and so forth. So that's what NITA does. And of course ensures that there's some level of standardization across the board. We also ensure that government entities are able to share data within the different institutions so that they offer you better services. So we provide infrastructures like, we call it UG Hub, but it's basically a platform that allows government entities to share information so that it can eventually provide a service. We also provide digital authentication and e-signatures. These ones may sound too technical, but there is basically simply saying that whatever transactions you're doing online, you need to trust the other person who you're talking to. Whether it's an AI engine or it's actually a person that I'm signing a contract with the other side. Especially with these e-commerce platforms and so on, there's a lot of online services. Do you trust the other person, the other side? So we provide these platforms or solutions for government to ensure that whatever you're doing online is safe and secure. And of course, lastly, we also do a bit of cyber security to ensure that all that we do online is secure.
Wow, thank you so much for taking us through NITA. Now, Francis, from a financial institution perspective, how is EADB leveraging or preparing its operations, and investment decisions by leveraging on AI?
Thank you very much, Doctor. First, I would like to share with friends and colleagues this morning who EADB is and what we do. So the EADB is really the East African Development Bank. We are the region's development financial institution. We are present in Uganda, in Kenya, and Tanzania, and Rwanda. We are owned by the governments of East Africa, who together own about 92% of the bank. And then the 8% is owned by institutional shareholders, but represented by the African Development Bank on our board. What do we focus on? I said that we are a development finance institution, so our core mandate is to support the implementation of the development programs of our member countries. For example, today in Uganda, we are championing ATMs. And ATMs is not the automatic teller machine, but it is agro-processing, tourism, manufacturing, mineral beneficiation services, which includes ICT, healthcare, and education. So those are our focus areas as a development bank. We have, therefore, sectors. Implementing our mandate, we have sectors that we support. We support agriculture, we support manufacturing, which is part of industry. We support tourism, we support social services, healthcare, housing, education. Then we also support energy. Especially renewable energy. There will be in terms of hydro dams or solar power, and clean forms of energy. But we also support financial institutions. We give lines of credit or we give money to banks for own lending. For those customers who are not able to borrow directly from the East African Development Bank, we channel funds to commercial banks that they then on lend. So yes, I'm using this opportunity to make an announcement to say, if you know people out there who require long-term and affordable financing, please recommend them to the East African Development Bank. We are open and happy to do business. What are some of the projects that we have financed in the region? In Tanzania, we have done the standard gauge railway. I didn't talk about infrastructure projects, but yes, we do a lot of infrastructure projects. So we'll be doing the same in Uganda. Infrastructure projects, energy projects that I talked about, and many others. As I said, we support both the public sector and the private sector. So private sector is really private companies like you and me, and public sector is government. Yeah. What is our minimum ticket size? We are happy to start with a minimum of about $5 million and above, and we're happy to deal. So, to the question, what is EADB doing to leverage or to prepare to leverage on artificial intelligence in its operations, in making investment decisions? One, currently we are using data analytics and various algorithms in making our credit analysis and investment decisions. I mean, we will run the full set of our customer information, and that guides us in making a credit decision. And therefore, our appraisal in terms of credit assessment, project appraisal, project approval is really AI driven. But we're also financing. Remember, I talked about ICT as one of our focus areas. Yes, we finance a lot of IT-related projects. I mean, the big ones, the big infrastructure projects. I mean, they could be, data rooms. They could be, and various IT-related infrastructure. But we are also in the process of putting up a grant fund that will support fintechs. I mean, I was having a very useful discussion with the guest speaker, how we can be able to support fintechs, so that they're able to digitize. The other thing that we're doing, and that speaks to the issue of support to AI-ready SMEs and agri-techs that are in the pilot phase and are requiring financing. As a bank, we're also doing a lot in terms of improving data governance, investing in staff skills and partnerships, to be able to roll out AI in the various things that we do as a development bank. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Francis. That's quite interesting to know, what exactly EADB does, especially with the support with the private and public sector. Now, Judy, can you tell us some of the practical challenges you have faced in deploying the AI solutions, but also you'll hint just briefly on how you ensure that the employees see AI as a partner and not a threat? Thank you.
Okay. Some of the challenges that we have faced in deploying AI solutions has been the lack of clean and usable data. Because indeed, as we learned earlier, whatever you put in is what you're going to get out. If you put in the garbage, it will give you garbage. So initially, when we rolled out our solution, the platform, we gave it a free text. Because when you go to a healthcare facility, a patient could have more than 3 diagnoses. I mean, you came in with malaria, but you have a bacterial infection, and maybe you have whatever else. But people call malaria different things. I have joint pains, maybe I have burnout, and the description is that she has malaria and typhoid. So therefore, this was a challenge in the beginning. But we did resolve this by instituting the capture of standardized data using what we call the ICD-10, or now 11. which means that for you to be able to describe a diagnosis, you pick it with its code. So there's an international code for malaria. For example, I think it's B50 or something. So you're able to pick it up. So that was the first big challenge that we had in terms of data capture. And then for you not to compromise the quality of data means that the data needs to be captured in real time. So trying to avoid the perception that I can actually input this data afterwards does not help a platform that is AI linked, because then you're not able to do your analysis in terms of trends. The data needs to be captured real time. So the way our system works is that for us to be able to capture that information, the client or the patient, as it were, must be able to validate the information that has been collected using their fingerprint, which is a biometric measure. So these are some of the challenges. And then you'll find maybe somebody does not want to present a fingerprint, then that brings another question of, is there fraud? Because remember, I told you we came from a photo-based solution or a card-based solution to now where we've done away with the physical card, and now we are purely, we use our biometrics. But even that transition was a difficult one, because people ask, but how do I just walk to a hospital and I have nothing? But all your details are there. All we need is your fingerprint. And the fingerprint is already stored in a database somewhere that can actually be brought. So time and again, you will go into hospitals and you will see large filing cabinets in the back of a reception area. If not, you have files stacked one on top of the other. The appreciation of digitizing processes is still a challenge.
Yeah.
And maybe just one other, I mentioned about the skills gap. Again, just inputting data, just capture and clicking here and there becomes a problem. So you asked about employees. Now, for employees, it's important that even as you begin this journey, be very strategic about their engagement and involvement. Even if it means testing the product in the beginning, ensure that the employees are part of the testing phase prior to the adoption so that there's a level of buy-in. Thank you.
So it's about the inclusivity and, trying to make sure that you take them through, skills development. Julianne, can you please share some of the biggest challenges in leading e-government initiatives, and how do you try to align and create collaboration between the MDAs?
As government, many of you, whenever people talk about government, you always have this other perception about government, but we're moving fast and we're moving, okay, in a good space. One of our biggest challenges is the digital divide. When we're in Kampala, everything looks okay. Connectivity, internet is good. Just move a few kilometers away from Kampala. You'll find that people are still struggling with accessing most of what we are able to access here, the services that we talk about, the e-government services that we talk about. We have people with disabilities. All the services online, how does a disabled person access them? So we have that. Then the women out there, not the women in this hall, huh? The women out there. They don't have smartphones because their partners told them not to have smartphones. They still have torches, right? So there is that digital divide that is still out there. So even as we talk about digital, e-government services, there are certain people we are not able to service. The other bit, of course, is the digital literacy that we have, that is, goes without say. The other bit is electricity. Our guest speaker here was speaking and power went off. You cannot talk about online services unless you have electricity. Even you yourselves, when your phones go off, you're all off, right? So we still have that gap in government, which we are trying to resolve or work around and see how we can support that. But what are the solutions at the end of the day? Of course, a lot of training and digital literacy that government is trying to do under the Ministry of ICT. We recently rolled out the PDM solution. I hope all of you are aware about the PDM program that government is running. That program, there has been some digital literacy where we go to the different circle members in the villages, in the different groups, and we train them how to just use the phone. And so on. In regards to electricity, of course, there is green energy that is being promoted using solar solutions, and they're out there. The country is very blessed with very good weather, so that is also trying to help a lot of the things that we are doing. And of course, the platforms and the solutions that government is coming out with, we are mandated to ensure that we close the gap, especially for our people with disabilities.
Wow, that's very interesting, trying to embrace each and every one in the digital transformation. Yeah. Now, Francis, how do you balance risk, regulation, and innovation when financing AI-related projects?
Thank you, Doctor. So we do a couple of things when financing IT-related projects. One is that we are mindful that that there has to be, we give an opportunity for a phased approach in terms of implementation. As a development bank, we are patient, and therefore we understand that to get a project take off may require some time. So we are open to startups, we are open to, we have the mindset that there's need for us to give an opportunity to pilot the project, and therefore in structuring our facilities we give a longer time. We also understand that when it comes to the cash flows, to be able to repay the facilities, they will typically take a longer time, So again, it speaks to what I'm saying, that we are more patient. But we also understand that IT projects will require a lot of trials and test runs. So and require sandboxes to be able to implement some of these things. So in the grand scheme of things, as we do the structuring of our financing, we are mindful of all these aspects. Now, the other thing that we also do is being able to shape policy, because as a development banks, it's part of our responsibility to shape policy towards certain desired national outcomes. If it is about the digital transformation agenda, then what is our input towards the policy debate? So yes, those are some of the things that we do in structuring financing. Of course, the other that we do is we recognize that IT projects may not necessarily be entirely profit-driven. That is why when we structure the financing, we'll say, okay, there's a component, a loan component and a grant component. Then to make it, more affordable and fit for purpose. Those are some of the things that we do.
All right. Judy, just before I open up the floor to the plenary session, in your experience, what distinguishes AI-ready leaders from those who struggle to adapt?
As a leader, you have to be, one, curious, and you have to be open to learning. Because once you do that, the old mindset, you put it aside and adopt a new mindset. With the generation that we are currently leading, your key agenda is to ensure that you bring your staff towards you so that they understand what is the vision, where are we going, and how are we going to make it better. Indeed, AI can be adopted at an organizational level, but remember, AI has no vision. We've been told where AI operates best from, data information that is there. So as leaders, we still must be able to lead, but we must be able to still stand with the accountability of that leadership, even in the adoption of AI. You make the final call as a leader. You shape the organization. You don't jump on a bandwagon because everybody is talking about AI and therefore you want to jump on it. You first understand what is AI in the context of the organizations that you're leading, and to what extent is it going to bring a return on investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Julianne, is there any way you can build trust and confidence in NITA among the citizens to adopt digital services?
There are various ways we can do simple, basic things. I always try to simplify. We always try to simplify. One of them is showing some level of benefit on whatever services that we provide. I want to give you an example of the driving permit. Everybody now talks about how efficient the driving permit is, you know. You can go there 15 minutes, you know. Once you create that, people start trusting and start, you know, looking at the service differently. The other way is security and reliability. How reliable is this service online? Can I go to an e-passport online service and it's there 24/7? And is it secure? Secure, how do I confirm that something is secure? You're able to get feedback, you're able to get confirmation when you've provided whatever data or information that you have. The other one, of course, is awareness. Awareness is so important. Awareness on your data privacy, awareness on what it is that you're providing, the services that we offer. The other thing, of course, as NITA, what we are doing is that we have what we call the SAT. SAT is the cyber security response team that handles the cyber security of all government applications. We do a lot of monitoring on what is happening. And of course, we provide a lot of tools for the applications that you handle within government, but also the regulatory framework. Yeah, we ensure that all your application systems, I would want to call them, have a certain standard in terms of the way they're implemented, in terms of the way they are talking to each other, what we call interoperability. You know, we provide those standards across the board to ensure that whatever system that you are putting out there for the citizens is going through a certain pipe of standards, and we assess and ensure that we secure people's personal data or information. But everything always comes back to the individuals. We are not very I don't want to call the word careless, but you know, we provide a lot of information online for ourselves, personal data. We take a lot of pictures of ourselves, where we are, what we are doing, and so on. And sometimes we don't know that that information is out there in the world, and it will be used one day, and it can be used by many people and hackers. So before you provide data or information to any system or applications, whether in government or private sector, be mindful of what you're providing. Michael mentioned it earlier, that somebody can tell about you just using AI on Google yourself. Can you Google yourself online and ask Google, search Julian Rejua, and what do you see? The things that we provide on TikTok and everything else eventually comes back to you. So be mindful of what you provide. So personal security is also important as government provides the other tools online. Thank you.
Wow, personal security is quite important, and data privacy. Now, Francis, just the last question from me. How would you advise the organizations to build trust and transparency around AI?
Sorry, say that.
How would you advise the organizations that are present, because majority have sponsored the graduates, how would they build trust and transparency around AI?
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. My advice to the partners who are represented in the house here is that, look, AI adoption and acceptance is a journey. It's a marathon. It's not an event. But you need to take the first leap of faith and start your journey towards the digital migration. I mean, you don't want to be a digital, you don't want to be a late adapter. Yes. Look, the train has started moving, so whether you like it or not, it is time that you get onto, you embrace. You embrace AI, you embrace technology, you embrace digitization because of all the benefits, that have been shared this morning by my colleagues, the panelists, and even the guest speaker who spoke earlier. My advice would be probably a phased approach for those who are late adapters, but the journey must begin. And then also we also recognize that different people will move in terms of adoption at different phases. But the important thing is that we all need to be part of this digital transformation journey and agenda, and you can't be left out. I mean, technology is in everything. Technology is in everything.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, panelists. Now, do we have any questions from any of you before I invite the coordinator of FFP?
Actually, Doctor, my part, with your permission.
Yes, please.
My parting statement is that you either digitize or you fossilize.
Okay.
We know fossils. You
either you digitize or fossilize.
Or fossilize.
Wow.
Thank you.
We need to tweet that. Any questions before the panelists give their parting shots? All right, Judy, can you give us your parting shots since Francis is done? Any tagline, anything you want us to remember as we lead with AI?
So my tagline would be train and upskill. And that applies to you as a leader and to those who you lead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judy. Julianne?
Mine is start simple, let's not complicate things.
Start simple, let's not complicate things.
Data-driven as leaders, data-driven decision makers, that should be one of your core values moving forward. Nowadays, you cannot say that you're going to be a good leader and we're looking at the old values we used to be told. Now the other extra value in a modern leader is data-driven. Thank you.
Wow, data-driven leaders, data-driven decision makers. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in appreciating our panelists for very profound, insightful, and very motivating time with them. Thank you so much, Judy, Julianne, and Francis. That was very insightful. We've learned a lot, and we know we'll continue engaging more on leading with AI from the perspective of the different institutions. Come on, let's appreciate them with that. Allow me at this juncture, okay, we are going to take the photo of the panelists, please. I will invite the chairperson, vice chair to join, Ms. Mona. Shafi, you're representing the ED, and Fatma. Let's take the panelist short. Fatma, wherever you are, do we have an FFP2 representatives? We used to have representatives. Let's take their shot. All right, thank you very much. Allow me to take this singular honor of inviting our coordinator, FFP, to take us through the showcasing achievements of the Female Future Program. Allow me to congratulate all the graduates before I step off the podium. Congratulations, ladies. You look amazing. Allow me to invite Fatma to take over. All right, before, where's Fatma? Come on, join me in clapping for the ladies for graduating. FFP is not a cup of coffee. It's very hectic, especially when you're working, you're mothering, you're hustling. Thank you very much. I'll also say the vice chair is an FFP cohort 8, Miss Mona. Let's applaud her. All right, Fatma, you are most welcome here to take over that session. Have a beautiful Friday. Cheers, everybody.
Okay. Yes, good morning, our dear graduates. Good morning, our vice chair, our panelists, distinguished guests, our support team, and all of you who have come here today. Before I go into the speech, I'd like to invite the vice chair to give a gift to our panel who have made our day today. So I'd like to call Okay. I think Shafi will take Michael's gift and ensure that it gets to him. Yeah. So take it. Autograph. Thank you. I'd like to call upon Juliana, to take your gift for these wonderful discussions we've had today. I'd like to call upon Judy, Smart Applications. Thank you. And I'd like to call upon Francis. Okay, right? Yeah. Okay. So, good afternoon again, and this is the best moment for me. Today, we celebrate a remarkable milestone. The graduation of 37 ladies, our courageous and dedicated women, for the 9 months leadership development program of the 2025 cohorts. Each of you has demonstrated commitment not only to personal excellence, but also to advancing the cause of women leadership. You are now fully prepared to step into roles that demand courage, empathy, impact. I'm excited to announce that the quality of the work presented this year was of a higher quality. This is the feedback from the facilitators. Clap for yourself. Right. I would also like to recognize the effort and dedication shown by specific ladies who traveled from upcountry each time we had a workshop. Monica Kamweni from Barara, Jessica Ondu from Arua, Christine Kebirunji from Tungamo, Alan Nantambi from Mitiana, and Halima Mkwana from Chotera. This is a sign of resilience. We have also seen resilience as two ladies gave birth and still kept the program timelines. We have Christine had a baby, and sometimes she would come into the program with a baby. This journey has been one of growth, resilience, and transformation. I also like to recognize the ladies who paid for themselves. It wasn't an easy task, but they labored and made sure that they improved themselves. I like to thank the companies that paid for the ladies. The companies have been committed. Some have been with us since we started the program, and this shows the benefit of the program. The program has shown great results since 2011. Over 45% of the alumni have joined boards, and many are even on 2 or 3 boards. And now they are recruiting each other into the boards. 60% have got into higher positions, and 38% have started their own businesses. And we are doing business with each other. So this is a community that is beneficial for itself. Today, the total number of alumni in Uganda is now 428. So those who are graduating today, you are now part of the Alumni Association and will be approached by the association board and your representative to formally join the association. The association has a lot of benefits, which you will be unveiled to, but shortly you'll be able to network with each other, you're able to get board positions, you're able to do business together, and also unwind in a number of things that we know as a woman we need to. I would like to mention that leadership is not a destination. It's a lifelong journey. There will be moments of challenge and doubt, but you now have the tools, the courage, and most important, the sisterhood to rise above the challenges. And with all of you graduating, the future of leadership is brighter because of you. Finally, behind any success, there is a cobweb of activities in the background. I give thanks to all the people who have involved in the program, the consultants, those who are here, please stand up for recognition. Esther Kasirie, Claire Kavuma, Rosemary Senabulia, and Janet Bugembe. Thank you for the effort and all that you did throughout the 9 months. I give to thanks all the people involved, the service providers who provided the materials for the training, the hotel where we did the training, and most of all, my colleagues in Federation of Uganda Employers. Not to forget Joy. She's the joy of the program, who labored to provide all that was needed to make this year's program a success. To mention, importantly, we are currently recruiting for the 2026 February intakes, and we'll also run the Malkia program. Please apply. We need leaders in Uganda who can move the direction that we want to get to. I'd like to invite now the ladies' representatives, and I'll start with Loy Nancha for the 24th cohort.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Fatima, for inviting me. I was hoping that you'd also introduce me. So the first line in my speech was, thank you for the kind introduction, but now I take it back. So my name is Loy Nancha, and I'm a legal manager with the Bank of Uganda, also now joining the alumni of the Female Future Program. So I would like to request to stand on the protocol that was already observed earlier by the speakers that came before me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm privileged, honored, and humbled to have been chosen by the 24th cohort of the FFP to deliver this speech today about our personal growth journey. 24th cohort, please, on your feet for recognition. Yes. Thank you so much. These ladies are so kind, they deemed me fit to represent them. And for me, this moment, when I was chosen, I actually thought two things. The first is that even before I graduate, FFP is already giving me a platform. So I must be going places. But this moment is really a testament of how far we've grown since we started the FFP sessions in February this year. One of the units that we've studied, I say we've grown because of this. One of the units that we were taken through is called rhetoric. Rhetoric, you remember. This one was intended to enable us become more effective at standing in front of a distinguished audience such as this one and delivering a captivating speech, such as what I'm doing right now. Yes. So when the course facilitator had actually walked us through the basics of rhetoric, and that is Esther Kasirie, she's over there. She actually required us to participate in an exercise. In this exercise, each of us was required to write a 3-minute speech and deliver it in front of the class. So she gave us some time to write our speeches. And when she was done, she actually asked the most dreaded question: who wants to go first? Now that was the opportune moment for some of the ladies to perhaps use the washroom, because I saw about 3 walk out, and then about 2 got an urgent phone call. But maybe their phones were on silent because we didn't hear the phones ring, but they also exited very fast with their phones. Now for me, who was seated as usual in front of the class, I thought walking out would be awkward. So I remained seated, but I decided that my technique would be to pretend to scribble onto my notepad so that I don't make eye contact with the course facilitator. But my efforts were in vain, because when I looked up for a split second, I heard her say, "If no one is volunteering, let's start with you, Loy." Yes. So I walked to the front of the class, and I remember stumbling through my 3-minute speech in a voice I hardly recognized as my own, because it was a bit shaky. I was pleasantly surprised when at the end, the ladies actually were kind enough to clap for me very loud. It was very encouraging. Thank you, ladies, you were kind. Yeah, so I sat down, but you know, from that Loy that I've just described to this one that is standing before you today, I don't think my voice is very shaky. It is the amazing work of the FFP faculty. Please give them a hand. Now, to my fellow graduates, 24th cohort, again a shout. Woo, yes. 24th cohort, a hearty congratulations indeed for adding this milestone to your quest for personal growth. Now, because personal growth is a continuous process of self-improvement, self-discovery, and becoming a better version of oneself, this year, we can all say that by attending the Female Future Program, we have made a major step in the right direction. I hope we all feel that way. And this is important. Why? Because in the pursuit for personal growth, there are several challenges. Things such as fear, self-doubt, lack of self-awareness, procrastination, and stagnation are real. And I believe some of us, if not all of us, have experienced them. But specifically for us women, it is even more difficult for us at all points in time to balance the trajectory of our roles as mothers, wives, sisters, nieces, daughters, name it, with who we are, career-wise or professionally on the other hand. Usually one area must suffer for the other to thrive or grow. Those of you who remember the Marshmallow Woman, I think it was not balanced, yes. And I vividly recall, personally as an example, the year 2017, when I had to take most of it off work to carry a complicated pregnancy to term. Now, fast forward, in January of 2018, I had a bouncing baby girl. She's now 7 years old, and I'm very happy. But when I went back to work after maternity leave and the time I took off, I found that each of my colleagues had actually grown in ways that I had not grown because of the year that I took off work. To have a child, that is motherhood, isn't it? And you know, there was profession and career on the other end of the line. I don't know if anyone can relate to that kind of scenario. Can anyone relate? All of you. I knew someone would. Thank you. So, but despite these challenges, despite all these challenges, we each, all of us, harbor our own unique dreams and aspirations, and we are working towards them. The steps we take to achieve them are our indicators of personal growth. When we achieve, we say we have grown. We have positively added something to ourselves. And no one said this journey will be easy. It is never easy to realize your dreams and aspirations. In fact, in the area of continuous learning, as an example, there was a study that was conducted by the University of Cape Coast in Ghana. It was conducted in 2020. This study indicated that whereas you have more women than men with postgraduate qualifications, about 20% of women that take off time to pursue a postgraduate training, call it a certificate, a master's, or whatever it is, a diploma, about 20% either do not complete it or complete it outside the standard completion time. You know, if it is a 2-year course, perhaps they might need a year extra if their particular institution allows them to do that. So it is not easy for a woman to balance, pursue their dreams, personally grow, and also be able to pursue whatever they need to do in order to add value to themselves. Therefore, to you ladies of the 24th and 25th cohort, to you ladies, the fact that we are graduating today is not a small achievement. It is not a small achievement. So another clap would be called for. Thank you very much. That said, I believe that graduating in itself is not an end, but it's simply a beginning. It is rather the start of another chapter in our personal growth journey. Now, and in this new chapter, I urge each one of us ladies, to focus on implementing all that we have learned to enable us grow to the next level. I have no doubt whatsoever that we are in a better place than when we walked into our first FFP session in February this year. And Fatma has already mentioned that she believes we already have the tools of leadership. And I also truly believe this for the following reasons. Firstly, we have a better understanding of who we are, where we want to go, and what we need to do to get there. In other words, we are well aligned with the words of a one Yogi Berra, who said that if you don't know where you're going, you'll end up somewhere else. So if I don't know that I want to sit on a board, I might end up somewhere else because I have not followed the path, equipped myself with the tools to get there. So ladies, we now know who we are. Remember self-assessment. We know where we want to go and how to get there. Because each of us is walking away with useful tools, such as a life and personal development plans. I think we all submitted these things. That is why we are seated here. Yes. So each of us is walking away with these tools, life plans, personal development plans, which clearly indicate the further milestones we intend to achieve as we continue to grow. So let's vigorously implement them as opposed to shelving them away in some corner to gather dust. Secondly, we now have a deeper appreciation of the need to associate with people who have already gotten where we are journeying to. Such people will be a source of useful lessons and experiences that we can borrow and to guide us along the way. As John Wooden correctly put it, listen to this, a good coach can change a game, but a great coach can change a life. Accordingly, let us embrace the role of mentors and coaches in holding us accountable for our goals. I think there was that portion in our development plans which said mentor, and then someone signed. So let us embrace the roles that these people are to play in our lives because they hold us accountable every step of the way. Thirdly, I don't think I can project well enough. Is it coming back? Thank you. Thirdly, but perhaps most importantly, we have made valuable friendships and now join a body of over 420 women who are already members of the Female Future Program alumni. This is a network with vast possibilities and opportunities, and Fatma has already alluded to them. We can tap into these ladies to help us grow positively. As in the words of Vedran Rasik, when you consider the importance of word of mouth, referrals, recommendations, and knowledge sharing, do you even have a choice? Your network is everything. I think we all agree about the possibilities that come from positive networking. Indeed, the importance of such networks cannot be overstated, and we are glad to be expanding ours. We accordingly intend to be vibrant members of the Alumni Association so that its benefits are not lost to us. As I wind up, allow me to convey our gratitude to the following. First, to those that recommended the Female Future Program to each one of us. Thank you for not keeping a good thing to yourselves. You know, sometimes when people know something is good, they actually will not want to share information. I think there is an English word for that. It's called selfishness. Yes. But thank you for not being selfish. Sharing information with us, which means you wish us well on our personal growth journey. Second, to those that sponsored us for the course, some of whom are our respective employers, who also allowed us to take time off to attend the sessions. You know, these sessions happened every so often, and if your employer is not very understanding, the next time you wish to take time off to attend a session, they might actually not let you go. So we are grateful to our employers for having allowed us to attend the sessions. For the ladies that sponsored themselves, it is kudos to you. Surely the program has been worth it, and I hope you're already beginning to see the value in it. Third, to the Foundation of Uganda Employers, for making FFP a part of your agenda and ensuring that it happens each year. Please keep up the good work. Many ladies still need it. Fourth, to each member of the faculty that interacted with us. I think that we have already seen them, some of them that are available. Thank you for openly and freely sharing knowledge and experiences and not keeping back information. We have learned a lot from you, and we will continue to consult with you whenever need requires. Fifth, to Fatma and Joy, who made sure that each of the sessions happened as per the schedule, and that facilitators were available for each session. Please give them a hand. You patiently handled our issues, responded to our queries, and sometimes, no, I'll keep it. I'll not say it. But it is not because it was your job, or it is your job. But we actually could see that you truly cared for each of us. I think that explains why, when someone talked about Fatma and Joy, these ladies were shouting and clapping. Sincerely, I believe it's because we saw that they cared for us throughout this 9 months journey. So it's a big thank you to you. We actually come out in many ways better, especially time management, because Fatma, you set the bar high on that one. And last but by no means least, to you all ladies and gentlemen seated in this room, for being witnesses to this, our graduation day, and wishing us well. Thank you so much. A hand. Finally, to you fellow graduates of the 24th cohort of the Female Future Program, again a clap. Thank you for being wonderful classmates. We sat, talked, ate, joked, laughed, but most importantly, learned and grew together in this 9 months period. And surely, we will continue to grow together from the foundation that has been laid in us. Let me once again urge you to focus on implementing all that we have learned to enable us to grow to the next level. The benefits we stand to gain are immense. For example, I'll remind you about the contrast between the Loy that presented the 3-minute speech and this Loy that is confidently concluding this one today. Those are the benefits. I think the evidence is already coming out. So let's focus on implementing. When you implement, the change will be evident. So a good work has been done in each one of us. Let us realize our life plans a step at a time, remembering the words of Michelle Obama. And this is what they are. There is no limit to what we as women can accomplish. I really hope we believe that about ourselves. Indeed, the sky is the limit. Congratulations once again, and thank you for listening to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Fatma said she didn't want to introduce me. My name is Diana Nandagire Mwanga, and I'm here representing cohort 25. These smart ladies were very special. And please take your seats. It's sad that we close today, but somehow, Fatma, I feel that you're delivering a baby because it's been 9 months. So each one of us is a new baby. Congratulations, ladies. And congratulations to cohort 24. And thank you very much, the speaker. That was amazing. So these ladies trusted me to share our journey. And this is how it happened. That day I was late. I walked into the room and everybody clapped for me and I said, what is it about? And they said, she's here. You are going to do it. I said, what? I normally like to take on assignments and the Female Future Program has even accelerated this. So I said, fine, what is it that you want me to do? I thought it was something simple, but they said, you are going to speak on our behalf during the graduation. I said, that's easy. You're going to tell me what to say. So that's how I ended up here. But to say a little bit more about how I got into this Female Future Program, I have worked for Makerere University Business School since 2005. I am a senior lecturer in the Department of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. I am also the director of the Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Incubation Center. So last year, I've enjoyed my work over the years, and that's 20 years. I hope you realize that it's been 20 years. So I said, I feel my potential is not fully exploited. So one afternoon in November last year, I was having a cup of tea with one of my friends. She's an alumni of this program, Irene Mugisha, and the CEO of the Presidential CEO Forum. So I asked Irene what it is that I could do. She told me the female future will get you to step into your next decade. I immediately called Fatma. I think it was a Saturday. I wanted to do this very fast. I called Fatma, and she was kind to take my call on Saturday. And she told me the program would run in February. I thought February was far. In fact, I was supposed to join the cohort 24, but I was away. And they started earlier. So On February 28th, we started with the ladies. I recall that morning I was on time and I said to myself, nothing will make me miss a single workshop. That's what I determined. So that morning I was very early, and we all know Protea, we had to get parking. So I walked into the room. It was thoughtfully arranged. The caliber of the ladies got me to confirm that I had made the right decision. You've seen these ladies here. They're amazing. So I said, it's been 9 months. Fatma, you have new babies. Now, our time during this program was a masterclass in strategic growth, I should say. It was so carefully planned. I believe that each one of us, even as we came to this Female Future program, we had been attending these training programs and something like that, but the first session was very, very powerful. It was impressive. I remember we did the personal journey maps, and we got to draw our journeys. We were not supposed to write text or words, but we drew our journeys, and I could see the ladies sharing their journeys, very passionate. I remember we shed tears at some point. We got very emotional, but deep down, I saw ladies that wanted to grow, women who wanted to contribute, and women who were ready to rise. And the Female Future program gave us the opportunity. So you may ask, but why the Female Future program? The McKinsey Women Matter Africa report of 2017 shows that women hold only 29% of senior management positions, and a very low 5% hold positions at CEO level. That's why the CEOs in this room, the ladies in this room who are CEOs, we want to congratulate you for getting there. Now, it is true that women hold less. We have fewer women in top management positions, yet the contradiction is that studies around the world show that gender diverse leadership teams perform better than those that are less diverse. In fact, those that are gender diverse perform 21% higher. So, in the world of business, where we have also been doing research, I've spent quite some time in academia, and I've done quite a lot of work on women entrepreneurship. The MasterCard Women Entrepreneurship Index of 2020 shows that 44% of women in Uganda run micro, small, and medium enterprises. Yet, these women still earn 30% less profit than men. Where is the problem? So, women suffer a number of barriers, and because of that, they are not able to utilize their full potential. For example, women lack strategic sponsorship. Women have not been exposed to formal training in board governance. Most of the women will tell you, those that have been able to get a board position, they somehow got there. Not all of them have been trained, but Female Future program has given us that opportunity to get ready and go out and contribute to different organizations. Women, in fact, it is during the Female Future program that I found that we have not been taught to master the language of power. I learned this during the Female Future program, and that's why the Female Future program becomes the answer designed to fix this. Thank you very much, Federation for Uganda Employers. So, this program had a blend of workshops, in-person workshops, mandatory. In fact, the first time I heard that I had to be there physically, I I wasn't sure I would make it because each one of us is very busy. Ladies and gentlemen, the graduates in this room are busy executives. They are busy. So we were required to attend in person. We had to sign that registration, which Joy always had. And so we also had a lot of tasks. We did a lot of reading. I cannot forget the different texts that we had to read, and we were required to present. But before we presented, we were supposed to meet because we had groups, and my group was the Sunflower. We had a couple of other groups, but the Sunflowers, always hosted by Carol at All Mutual. We met Saturday mornings. People had weddings, but we had to meet because we had to make the presentation, because Fatma would expect us to do that. So we had the physical workshops, we had the assignments, we had online engagements. That's when I learned to do the WhatsApp call, I must confess, because then there was no time and we always had to do the WhatsApp call. But what I want to mention is that these assignments were very unique. I teach, but I still was very impressed by the way this content was delivered. And this provided us with the skills that we need not only to hit the ceiling, but we're going to shatter the ceiling. So, content was organized in 3 modules. We did leadership development. And for me, this was very powerful. Discovering yourself, knowing where you want to go. The facilitators challenged each one of us to show where exactly we wanted to go. And I can promise that all the ladies in this room do know where they want to be. And one of the assignments I really appreciated is the life plan and the professional development plan. We talked about complicated things, you people. We talked about writing a will. That session was difficult for quite a number of us. But I learned that if you cannot lead yourself at a personal level, it's going to be hard for you to make a contribution where you serve, as whatever you're doing, it would be very difficult. We also learned, the previous speaker talked about the rhetoric. This was not exactly easy. It was not exactly easy. And Esther and Fatma challenged us all the time. I learned through the rhetoric that leadership is communication. And these ladies in this room communicate top notch. Congratulations, ladies, each one of them. Board competence. I serve on a board and I've been trained in that board, but I never had the kind of preparation that I got in the Female Future Program. You could see clearly it's going to be difficult for us to serve on these boards without the skills. When Michael made his keynote, he talked about AI and how we can use it. And we also had our leaders from the different organizations talking about AI and technology. And during the board competence module, we covered all this, very important for us as women. And we covered a number of governance areas. And I can promise that we are not only ready to sit on the board, but we are going to set the agenda in these boards. Now, the facilitators. I remember I missed the module that I liked the most. Janet is over there. I hope you're not planning to leave Janet. Let me talk about you. So, I was away. In fact, I hated anything that distracted me from attendance. I told my people in my office, I do not compromise on the workshop days. They will find me at Protea. So Janet, the only way I would miss your session was because I was not in the country. That's the only way I could miss it. So I come back and the ladies were all over the place telling me about Janet. And being me, I said, I'm going to look for this lady. So Priscilla said, you're going to meet Janet. I got her number. And Janet, you're really different. Because I know, I don't know the terms, but we met at Cafe Javas in Kamwocha. Early in the morning, she showed up. Because they told me you said we have to show up. I didn't know exactly what it meant to show up. And those are the details that I needed. And we had a cup of tea, and Janet shared with me her journey. And then I remembered that one time, in fact, I had invited her to speak to entrepreneurs virtually. And this is why the virtual things can sometimes not be very good. Because when she started talking to me, I said, but Janet, I think I've invited you to speak to entrepreneurs before. She said, yes. So, Janet, I want to thank you very much for being generous with what you know and wishing us well. But not only Janet, all the facilitators in this program were excellent. They were industry people. They knew what they're talking about. They had experienced everything. So, and by the way, I should also mention that for me this program was therapeutic. I just wanted to come and be with the ladies for 2 days and just break away. All these ladies carry with them different resources from different spaces, working with different organizations, different experiences. We connected very well. The ladies this program is already yielding results. These ladies have been showing up. They are showing up all the time. And I know that this is only the beginning. I want to share with the audience here today that our promise is simple. We are going to step up. We are going to show up. We are going to apply for the tough roles. We are going to negotiate tough raises. We are going to mentor the next generation. And to the ladies in this cohort 25, we need to continue to challenge. We need to continue to support. We need to continue to lift up each other, because this is already happening, but we would like that this is not the end of it all. The president of the US, Theodore Roosevelt, said, believe you can, you are halfway there. That is very important for us. Before I conclude, I want to say that for every lady that was in that program, there was a support system. We cannot forget to appreciate the people that supported us in our offices, the people that supported us at home, the people that we always talked to. I hope you have brought your guest. I brought my guest, because I told him about this and he encouraged me all the way. And we are here not because we are super ladies. We are here because there was somebody that supported us to get here. Most of the ladies here were supported by their organizations financially. I paid from my pocket. She did, Priscilla. Priscilla paid from her pocket. But let me appreciate the organizations who believe in women. You know, getting women in leadership is not an accident. It is deliberate. And we know that if we get more women up there, we are definitely going to change this world. We are going to change this world. And let me appreciate again Fatma. Thank you so much. You are an amazing lady. Thank you very much. The consultants, again, very impressive. Joy. I also enjoyed Protea because their break tea and bites were very nice. So I knew that I would put on maybe a kilo or two when I did the physical, but I always went back to my routine. But what you see here today is the effort of many players. Some of them are here and the others are not here with us. Finally, the future of leadership in Uganda is not just female. It is right here in this room, ready to lead. I wish everybody the best. Let's take action. Thank you very much.
Right. Oops. Thank you very much, Loy and Diana, for all those kind words and the appreciation of the program. The reason I don't introduce you is because it's part of the program. To introduce yourself, you need to sell yourself. So you start from the beginning of the program to the end and beyond. That's the reason why I didn't introduce yourself. Now, I'd like to get to the point where you get the certificates for the program, and I'll kindly request our Vice Chair, Mrs. Mona Senabulia, Mrs. Mona Sebuliba, to deliver the certificates. Yeah, to the participants. And I'll start with the 24th cohort. And this time you get both your certificates together. So I start with Ruth Atim. Yeah. Mbabazi Elizabeth Mwanguzi. Elizabeth also had a baby through the program. Patience Mugisha. Rosemary Nakuya. Okay. Patience Aniku. Grace Chokutamba. Evelyn Lunkuse. Deborah Olive Wazemwa. Caroline Wamono. Allen Namkasanantambi. Sarah Birunji Banage. Christina Casibayo. Halima Mukwana. Loi Nancha. Lisa Betty Oyela. Yeah. Malkia Upendo. Is Judy Nampera around? Have you seen her? Have you seen her? I haven't seen her. Judy Kwezira Nampera. I didn't see her. Okay. Rita Karunji Butime. And Fiona is not around, okay? So I now go over to the 25th cohort. Mariam Nalunkuma. In white. Susanna Tiang. Priscilla Batenga Mazi. Rahel Ncha. Barbara here, yeah, she's here. Barbara Amumpaire. Monica Kamwine. Lilian Nansamba Lukwago. Matilda is not. Jessica Onduru. Jalia Tusime Sebugwao. That's true. Dorothy Namutebi. That's true. Diana Nandagire Mwanga. Barbara Daisy Nabweke. Christine Kebirunji. Catherine is not here. Catherine Tumusime. Agnes is here. Agnes Namkobe. Pamela Komwa Kampanga. The shoe. The shoe. Caroline Samuel. You're welcome.
You can take this.
Thank you, Mona. I'd like to invite you now for the closing with the remarks. Thank you so much.
In our time, we used to say ladies and ladies. Still do it? Yeah, ladies and ladies, and a few gentlemen. Gives me great, great pleasure to be making these remarks 9 years after I was exactly where you are today. So I'm from cohort FFP8, and that was 2016. I know we are the same age, so don't do any calculations. I just happened to get on the bus earlier than you. And I joined the rest who expressed their gratitude to employers who invest in staff, because it was ABI that brought me to this program. Prior to me had been, I think, 2 other cohorts. Is John still there? Yes, John, you're FFP7, right? And I think Josephine was FFP6 who started. And then thereafter, I'm very proud to say that ABI has invested as much as it can in the ladies going forward. So I can confidently say for the last 10 years that we've been investing in our ladies. And when I started, or when I joined the program, I was the head of fund management. And so I dare say this is a culmination of their investment in me, because a couple of years later thereafter, I rose to be the chief operating officer. And then 4 years ago, I became the chief executive at ABI that made all these investments in me. So on my own behalf and on behalf of all the ladies here, we just want to say thank you to ABI and to all other employers and to the ladies who've invested in themselves for getting this far. I also want to specifically single out Fatma. Everybody has, and I want to also just, you need to give people their flowers when they're alive and well. Fatma is responsible for 2 of the board positions that I currently occupy. The first one was the Renewable Business Incubator. I was going to have my baby, who I think is the second one, I think. Yeah. and I'm telling you these stories for a reason, to caution, to thank, but to also caution. Right on the heels of being on this leadership program, I was coming up with excuses why I shouldn't. I'm just going to have a baby. I'm going to be away on maternity leave. Will I have too much to do when I get back? Don't be taken by surprise when, after all you know, you still will be making those excuses, and you have to beat it down. Yeah? You need your circle of women around whom you bounce off ideas and get support from. On the heels of graduating from this program, I was coming up with excuses why I mustn't. Because I was going to have the baby, be on maternity leave, which is all just 3 to 4 months, and then I'd be back. It took quite a bit of convincing. Fast forward to this year, when she called me and interested me in running for the role that I currently have at the Governing Council for Federation of Uganda Employers as vice. I first hesitated, but the hesitation didn't last long, and guess what I asked her? Anyone wants to guess? Because there's something else we learn. They say that the ladies, we tend to take the designated vice chairperson role. So I said, Fatma, on the heels of what you also just been teaching us and teaching the current ladies, why aren't you giving me the chairperson role? Why are you asking me to run for the vice chairperson role? But there were some reasons why I needed to start where I have started, and I threw my hat in the ring, and the rest is history, and here we find ourselves. So Fatma, on behalf of all the other ladies who are probably not able to thank you, or to come and testify, I just want to thank you for making opportunities available, because I know I'm not the only one who has benefited not just from the foundations of the program, but also from somebody truly opening a door and interesting you and saying, throw your hat in the ring. So Fatma, thank you very much, and we celebrate you. Joy as well, who has consistently run the programs as diligently and as efficiently as she does. She's been with us since that time, and I just really want to thank her, as well as everybody else who runs this program efficiently. It might seem simple, but it isn't. To get all the ladies organized, to coordinate the programs, deal with all our excuses, ensure we're doing our assignments, and graduate successfully. I really want to thank the Secretariat, FUE, that houses the Female Future Program, for running it efficiently. I believe there's a representative of the faculty that is sat over there. Madam Esther Kasiri is the one I recognize very clearly, and all the rest of the faculty that you represent. I know Janet is around or was around. Thank you all very much for pouring into us. Thank you very much for pouring into us, because it is actually costly. There are other things you'd rather do with your time, but you choose to say yes, adjust your schedules, and pay attention to each one of us and our quirks, and impart yourselves. You know, you layer on a bit of yourself and your experience in all of us, and I'm sure we can testify to how we've been touched by, because there's vulnerability in those sessions, isn't there? And there's authenticity. And we mustn't take for granted when people are being very honest and open with their lives, with their mistakes, so that we don't make the same mistakes. They say it's only fools who learn from experience. Yeah? And so thank you for saving us all our foolhardy mistakes that we would have made by pouring into us and opening up your lives and your experience for us to learn from. I also realize it's a Friday. I am the last thing or person between your weekend and lunch. And so I'll request that I stop here and just end by congratulating you, the graduates now. Prior to receiving your certificates, you are graduates. Congratulations for persevering. There are many reasons why you could have fallen by the wayside, but you stayed the course. Of course, I cannot end without making special mention of a few people. My colleagues, first of all, Susan Atiang and Caroline Mwamono. Very privileged to be working with these amazing ladies, and thank you for raising the ABI brand and finishing the course and finishing strong. My classmate, Patience Migisha, very pleasant surprise seeing you here, and then my sister, Christina Kasivayo, as well, and Patience Aniku, gone back many, many years. So it was such a pleasant surprise seeing all of you, and I wish you all the very best. Stay connected. It's not easy, but stay connected. FFP8 still engages. We're still together. We try to meet up. We've had many failed attempts, but at least on the WhatsApp group. By the way, you think you're going to connect. You think you're going to come and see me 2 years later. Yeah. You think we didn't. You think we weren't hot on it. But stay connected. You keep intertwined and just enjoy the journey. I can't wait to see who will be testifying like I have 10 years, 9 years, 3 years, 5 years. They're going to be amazing testimonies. Just you watch and see. I'll borrow from my old school and just say, never give up, and all the best.
Thank you so much, our Vice Chairperson. Come on, let's appreciate her once again. There's a tradition of taking group photos per group. So allow me to invite the cohorts to come here and take their group photos. They're very memorable, they are framed, and they're very precious. So your representatives can represent each cluster, each cohort. You take the group photos here, and then we are good to go. Lunch is probably ready. Bon appetit. Yes, Fatma, may the groups come, please. Just proposing the 24th cohort first. You hold your certificates very beautifully. If you're many, some can sit, and then others can stand, so that it really comes out so beautifully done. Otherwise, you look so amazing. Allow me to appreciate all the parents, the friends, and family that have joined this graduation ceremony. You can increase the music slightly in the background. It's a Friday. Thank God it's Friday. We want to pick the vibe. All right, when you're ready, signal the photographer. Maybe you need to first hold them when you've covered them. It looks more neat when we are seeing the purple lilac. Just cover the certificate and hold it in a standing position, in a horizontal. I wish you had the colors, the navy blues, either seated or create some, design. All right. You don't turn the entire body, you just curve a little bit. Curve a little bit. Wow. All right. The best smile. All right. All right. All right, let's have another cohort, then later people can do triple, duos, quadros at ease. It's okay, you can leave the chairs because the other group is coming. Sometimes it's good to have the navy blues on the first row and then the other mixed colors up, just as a tip, especially if you love photos. Okay. Congratulations, ladies. You look so amazing. We need to have a white in the middle of the navy blues. Hajati, can you be in the middle? It looks better when you're in the middle of the ladies. Go and stand in the middle. Emma, are you taking the photos, the group photos? I don't see you. Yeah, you should be in the middle, Hajat, white, so that you balance the tone. All right. Ladies, the best smile, the graduates. Face the official camera. The gentleman in gray jacket. When you're done, you signal them. All right, so feel free. Those who want to take photos as triple, quads, groups, parents, we are officially done and it's time to enjoy yourselves. The Friday is just beginning. Just enjoy yourselves. Okay. Some music in the background. Tokekereza ka music. All right. You can even lift your certificates up. You know, feel gully. Come on. FFP is the in thing, you know. Let us not be like Mothers Union. You're holding the certificate as if you're holding a basket. Panag. Be the little girl. Yes, so we can even have cohorts mixing. Feel free. Can we have the entire 24 and 25 together? One of these days I need to come for a session on discovering the little girl in you. Ladies of the 24th cohort, please come back here. We are doing the big group. We are doing the bigger one. Oh, they also want to come back and change position. It's okay, don't worry. First do this big one. And then you come back and change positions. So, ladies, where are the graduates? Some are still on the table. Please, ladies, come and go back for the main group one, combining 24 and 25. Put on a smile. We can get extra chairs so that you can come out visibly. I love the ladies that are seated on the first floor. So then we have the set that is seated on the chairs. Pull a swag, you know. There's a place where it's so crowded. We may need another chair just here in the corner so that you spread out. Are you able to see all of them? Okay. Hold your certificate. Smile. All right. So can we take the photo, please? Fatma, you're also going to join them, please. And Joy, just as a historical shot. Joy, where are you? Joy to the world. Can we see Fatma? Madam Vice Chairperson, I will also request you to join the main one. Joy, you can sit down here. All right, our VC is joining because this is a combination of the entire group. So ladies, smile, it's Friday. All right. You're done? All right. They want to lift up the certificate? All right, lift up your certificate. All right. I'm told groups want to take photos. All right. Okay, we are done. National Water, ABI, and I can see you. Is Miriam back? Come and take a photo. All right, National Water wants to take a photo with their graduates. It's also good to give accountability to your sponsors. There's Sunflower, National Water, ABI, Harris International.